20. Morning.
Marius,
Check, check.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. How are you?
thank you.
Yeah, yeah, the last person. I'm sort of figure out. Something like that. I know definitely right. Well, I could be better together. You don't have to hit that. You ever want to be thankful? And one of the golden ones that never came through the first one, actually, to them. But yeah. Hi, you can see. How are you? Sion is not here, so maybe that doesn't work well. Sion is in another conference. Doing the same thing. Oh, Sion is right. You want to travel with
Lubaya? Would you please try? Need time. Now it's
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I'll just tell her what we are actually doing, okay? Where it is, where is the master slide? Yeah.
Morning. Oh, sorry. I don't think everybody. Well, I don't. Yeah, but you don't give it to me, you give it to the members managing board with the text. But you know, about it, yeah. If you want it, I can hold it for you, but make this. Sorry, Thank you very
I'll check this with the master slide. Yeah. So would it work now?
Good morning. What?
Start moving.
Because
That's why, right?
if
Okay.
you hadn't used fine. And then
So we can't move this master slide, right?
we can.
So we just need to put this into there.
We just changing the share screen to
Okay.
so this one when we go there.
Hi, Steven.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay. That's okay. You concentrate on this. Yeah.
When you go to make it full screen first. How can you make it full screen? Probably.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. If it is too complicated, we are not going for it. That's fine. Just close it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So because this screen is now shared, right? That is why. Oh my God, worse.
What do you mean by change screen? Oh, because it's a different size. Oh, yeah.
So
Move
when-
to your slides.
When the Australian High Commission, when Manu is going to ask the Australian High Commission to speak, you can just put a click on the Australian High Commission.
So-
But can you operate from there? I'm not sure. But do you need to be close here?
Yeah, come back to you a bit later.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it doesn't work, right? Yeah, problem is the pointer is there.
I see.
It's weird, right? So somehow you have to stay close to this chair.
Okay. So it's the two key speaker sizes there and then change to your slide.
So
Okay.
first this, right? And then Australian High Commission. And then we have the Secretary General,
Next one is the professor
Vice Chancellor, then Australian High Commission,
and
then Secretary General, then Stephen. That's all.
now Stevens.
Yeah.
Such thing and just like need to change to your slide. How to change to your slide then?
Which one?
Your slide, your presenting slides.
That's the thing. When Stephen will be presenting,
Oh, so he was just quick.
yeah, he'll clear screen. That's fine. Just
Okay.
we don't need it mandatorily, okay? Because if it is conflicting, because Stephen is doing bias name, right? If it conflicts with his own left money, we don't not necessarily have to. Just giving you.
When Steven comes, he can hear us, right? I think the mic is on. Steven's there. Okay, sure. It's okay.
Alright.
Yeah, Steven is always there.
higher supplier.
Bulavinaka, and good morning, everyone. I think we are good to start. Can we have our guests standing at the back to be seated, please? So we can start the session for this morning. Once again, Bulavinaka to everyone, and welcome to USP. A very warm welcome to all our guests who have come from the region and abroad. My name is Nilesh Gaundar. I'm with the School of Accounting, Finance, and Economics here at USP. It's a great pleasure to see you all this morning, joining us for the 2025 Pacific update. We are really privileged to have with us this morning Honorable Baron Wanga, the Secretary General for Pacific Islands Forum, and His Excellency Mr. Peter Roberts, Australian High Commissioner to Fiji, as well as Professor Pala Lualia, Vice Chancellor and President, University of the South Pacific. Before I hand over to the moderator for this session, I'd like to invite Professor Pala Lualia, Mr. Peter Roberts, and Honorable Baron Wanga to take their seats in front. Thank you. The moderator for this session is Dr. Manu, who's the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Regional Campuses and Global Engagement here at USP. And it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Manu to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh. Tapu pe moe whio e tai hamai. O te whakatapu ki a te mo tōku toa mo mea mahe pongpongi. A very warm welcome to the University of the South Pacific. And a very warm welcome especially to our Pacific Update 2025, wonderfully co-hosted by USP and our partner, Australian National University, providing a vital regional platform of multidisciplinary stakeholders, setting the scene for enduring collaboration and partnership. It is an honor to moderate this opening session, and especially an honor to invite our Vice Chancellor and President, Professor Pal Aluwalia, to provide the opening remarks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Manu. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Roberts, the Australian High Commissioner to Fiji, the Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Foreign Secretariat, Mr. Baron Wanga, members of the Diplomatic Corps, delegates of the Pacific Update 2025, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor, Bula Vinaka, and welcome to the University of the South Pacific, and a very warm welcome to you all. And it's a great delight to be back here to have another Pacific Update in 2025. This has become an important date in the calendar, and I think many people look forward to being in Suva for the Pacific Update every year. And it's a distinct honor and a great pleasure to host this vital gathering on our Lothala campus, alongside our, as Manu has noted, our dear friends from the Australian National University, and also our friends from the Development Policy Center, but also the Konrad Adenauer, who've been very strong supporters of this conference for a very long time. But it's also a real delight to be able to welcome His Excellency, who has strong connections to this campus, although I think he didn't recognize this particular building because it didn't exist when he was here. So welcome, sir. As I said, the conference serves as a crucial platform, a nexus, if you will, for us to engage in thoughtful discussions, to share cutting-edge insights, and most importantly, to forge collaborative pathways that lead us forward toward a future characterized by resilience and prosperity for all in the Pacific. The challenges are significant. Let's be blunt about that. But our collective strength, I think, lies in our ability to address those challenges together, and probably never before in a more regional manner than ever before. And our region, I think, stands at a pivotal moment. The evolving global political landscape demands our focused attention. Discussions within this year's program highlights the critical need to understand and address the implications of shifting global power dynamics. And we need to acknowledge the impact of great power competition on our sovereignty and on our unique development aspirations. It's no longer enough to be mere passive observers. We have to actively shape our own narrative, champion our distinct values, and chart a course that is firmly rooted in the priorities of our Pacific peoples. I think recent years have presented us with considerable global upheaval, but none more so than this year. And as you will see through the program sessions, analyzing the Trump administration's policies and their impact, it's essential that we critically assess how changes in international commitments rapidly and have monumental effects in our region. This underscores the critical importance of strengthening regional cooperation, as I said, but also about promoting self-determination and building a shared understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. The world is changing, and the Pacific has to necessarily adapt strategically. As leaders in education, we are keenly aware of the transformational forces reshaping the very nature of learning. I was only just speaking this morning, my first meeting was with somebody at the University of Michigan who was really worried about what was happening at the University of Michigan and his colleagues at Harvard. So you can see the impact on universities is so great. But the impact is not just from the administration in the United States. It's also from the use and rise of artificial intelligence, the imperative need to develop fit-for-purpose education systems that address the realities of our region, and the ongoing challenge of equipping our graduates with the skills that they're going to need to succeed in a rapidly evolving world. So therefore, I think we need to really consider how AI can be harnessed, not only for obvious policy sorts of issues and development in the Pacific, but as also how it's going to equip our students with the skills and knowledge that's going to be so important to thrive in a rapidly evolving world. And we've all heard that by 2030, the labor force will change significantly, machine learning will take over. By 2040, there's just so much work going on that's sending alarming bells about the impact. So we must focus on fostering, at the same time, to keep those integral issues, we've got to focus on fostering critical thinking, promoting adaptability, and cultivating a deep understanding of the unique cultural, environmental, and economic factors that define our Pacific identity. And it's in this context that I think we've got to remain steadfast in our commitment to safeguarding the integrity of our universities and research institutions. These spaces have to remain sanctuaries for intellectual exploration and unbiased inquiry. And what a sea change we've seen in Fiji over the years. In the last 2 to 3 years, we've seen such a sea change where the opportunity for academic debate and intellectual engagement has really opened up. I really believe that we must jealously guard against any undue influence or encroachment that could compromise our commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and the betterment of our societies. And we must encourage and support research that is directly relevant to our region's specific needs, research that empowers our communities, and research that strengthens our resilience in the face of global challenges. In our pursuit of solutions, we must not overlook the invaluable wisdom that resides within our own cultures. We must commit to weaving indigenous knowledge, cultural practices, and the time-tested experience of our ancestors into our approaches to development, climate resilience, and social progress. Modern solutions, I'm absolutely confident, need to be built on the foundations of cultural understanding and respect. To that end, I encourage you to actively participate in the diverse range of sessions that have been planned over the coming days, from in-depth discussions on regional integration and effective governance to critical explorations of gender equality, sustainable economic development, innovative approaches to climate change, and the transformative potential of the future of work. This conference program addresses the most pressing issues that confront our region today. And we're really proud to host the Pacific Migration Workshop, examining human mobility with particular attention and care. And I'm sure you will delve into the new developments that are shaping our region's future. So we're really pleased to have experts from all over the Blue Pacific for these discussions. As I said, it's always such a delight to be here at Pacific Update. And of course, let's not forget the importance of building those strong personal interconnections, which happens as people come together year after year. So I sincerely wish you all a productive and indeed an insightful conference. May our deliberations here strengthen the foundations of a truly sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for our beloved Pacific. Manaka Vakalevu, and once again, welcome to the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, and especially underlining your message about collective strength. It is the only way that we can succeed. And also this important platform, underlining again this sharing of information and knowledge to tackle our challenges together, to find common solutions together. It is the only way. Also, this importance of digital education to complement our human resources, to ensure that indeed it works for us and ensures we can achieve our Pacific people's priorities. It is a distinct pleasure to invite His Excellency Peter Roberts, Australia's High Commissioner to Fiji, and also welcoming home to the USP, sir. Thank you.
Yandra Vinaka, namaste and good morning, everyone. The Honourable Baron Waka, Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, Professor Pal Aluwalia, Vice Chancellor and President of the USP, the teams from USP and ANU, and all the academics, students, and ladies and gentlemen here today. I'm very pleased to join you for the Pacific Update. Today, it's the premier forum for debate and discussion of economic, social, political and environmental issues here in the Pacific. And it's a great forum to continue the long-standing bond between academics and policymakers in Australia and across the Pacific. But first, in Australia, like in many areas in the Pacific, we continue a tradition of acknowledging the custodians of country, the traditional owners, and it's particularly poignant for Australia this week. Today is actually the end of Reconciliation Week in Australia. So in that light, I'd like to acknowledge the Vanua or Nadonumai Pua Naturanga Natui Suva, on whose ancestral lands we're gathered today. Now, I feel about as comfortable as a non-academic can standing in front of a big group of distinguished academics and researchers, because I sort of feel at home. I'm a proud graduate of the Australian National University, ANU, and as the Vice Chancellor suggested, I wasn't a student at USP, but in the 80s, my father taught here at USP. So quite a long time. You didn't have this beautiful building then. I remember coming here and swimming in a swimming pool with a very high diving board. I think that's been superseded now. But so I do feel a few strands of my life and my history coming together in seeing you today. And that is like all of us in the Pacific, interwoven, interconnected. So it's wonderful to be here today and joining you. Australia, of course, is a long-standing and proud partner of the USP. We've provided foundational support since the USP's establishment in 1968. And of course, our research for tertiary education and research collaboration in the Pacific includes support for this conference itself, the Pacific Update itself, through the Pacific Research Program. So the Pacific update reflects the strong connections between Australia and Pacific universities and all of our peoples. And of course, the region we share, connected by the Pacific Ocean. Australia's Foreign Minister Penny Wong was here just 2 weeks ago, very graciously hosted by Secretary General Wanga at the Pacific Islands Forum. And she set out in a speech there, Australia with the Pacific work together because we share an ocean and we share a future. And the Vice-Chancellor touched on the uncertainty the region is facing. And I think the other key theme of Minister Wong's visit to the region 2 weeks ago is that Australia is here. Australia's here for the long haul. There's lots of change, but the only change for Australia is a deeper commitment to the region, to being part of the region, and in playing our role. Now, the Minister also touched on the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, where our leaders outlined their vision for our shared future. And part of that, of course, was stronger regional collaboration and partnerships among tertiary institutions and academics to foster that knowledge and exchange and capacity building. So, of course, along with our support for the USP, through the Australian Awards program, we support students across the Pacific to study here, to study at other institutions in the Pacific, in Australia, in Fiji. I always love meeting Australian Award students wherever I go because they bring such dynamism, excitement, and show the opportunities we have. And so Australia will continue to work with the Australian Awards program to build valuable networks across our region so we can all continue to draw on our shared knowledge. Through the Pacific Research Program, Australia is also bringing together academics, researchers, and policymakers from ANU, the Lowy Institute, and across the Pacific to discuss some of the opportunities and I guess challenges facing our region, including social and economic development, gender equality, new forms of technology. And Vice-Chancellor, I'm the father of 2 teenage boys, and we're wrestling as a family what AI means for education these days. Climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and regional integration, labour mobility and migration. All the issues that we need to talk to each other. And I should actually acknowledge the Lowy Institute today as well, an Australian think tank, and doing very interesting work. I was reading their piece just a couple of days ago about indebtedness in the region and some of the challenges that brings. So your work, the work of the Pacific Update, research across the region plays a crucial role in understanding the effects of all these regional and global challenges we face, and particularly how they play out at a local level and where there are opportunities to strengthen our work and to build cooperation. As the Vice-Chancellor said, we're in a time of growing uncertainty. Institutions are being reshaped and the global order is being reshaped. And so the Pacific indeed is stronger when we work together, when we talk to each other, when we share views, where we share our learnings. So dialogues like the Pacific Update help us to find solutions to our shared challenges. And I can assure you Australia is committed to this, to listening, to learning, and to working together in partnership as we all work together to support the future of the Pacific. I wish you all the best in your discussions. Minaka Vakalevu.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And we're inspired by that clear message that was delivered by Honourable Minister Wong, that we share an ocean, so we share a future. And it's a strong reminder that through our shared knowledge and expertise through gatherings of this kind, and especially the Pacific Update, which brings so many multiple stakeholders together to discuss all things Pacific. We thank you again for the incredible support from Australia and the Australian National University and this strong and enduring connection and partnership. It's also a great pleasure to invite our keynote speaker for today, the Honorable Baron Wanga, Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, and the former President of the Republic of Nauru. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, moderator. His Excellency Peter Roberts, Australia's High Commissioner to Fiji, distinguished guests and friends. A warm Pacific greetings to you all, and I thank you for this opportunity to join you at this year's Pacific Update. When I was invited to speak today, I was asked to share my vision as Secretary General, where I see opportunity for collective progress and how we can work more effectively as one Blue Pacific continent. It is an opportunity I welcome. The theme before us, measuring the economic performance of the Pacific Islands, is both timely and proactive. For us, economic performance must reflect more than just numbers. It must reflect how well we respond to challenges, how connected we are across our sea of islands, and how prepared we are to shape our own futures. For a long time, indicators of our economic performances have been handed to us with little consideration of our Pacific context. As a result, the true reflection of our resilience, of our quality of life, of our well-being are not captured. The Pacific region has an opportunity to change this through forums such as this and discuss ways to tell our story in the Pacific way. With regards to challenges, our capacity to be able to gather, manage, and analyze data has been an ongoing challenge for us. I know there has been ongoing efforts by institutions such as USB and agencies such as the Pacific Community and UN agencies to build our capacities to do this. However, I believe this is an opportunity for us to rethink and revisit the indicators we are chasing, whether they are the ones that truly reflect our progress. Looking at our labor market, labor mobility has been one of the most tangible sources of income, skills, and opportunity for Pacific households. Yet, across the region, the systems that support movements are still fragmented and extremely shaped. We must do better. And this is why I have consistently advocated for a future where Pacific people can move more freely for work, for study, and for opportunity. This must be a deliberate regional priority. To enable mobility, we must invest in connectivity, physical, digital, and financial. This includes tackling the high cost and complexity of inter-island transport. It means removing the regulatory and procedural barriers that prevent our farmers, our producers, from accessing regional and global market. Trade is a powerful enabler of economic diversification, and we must continue working to strengthen inter-regional trade routes and harmonize trade-related frameworks and standards. It also means restoring corresponding banking relationships so remittance flow securely and affordably. As I emphasized at the Pacific Banking Forum last year, banking is not just about regulation. It is about livelihood. It is about whether a student can be supported by their families, whether a business can pay its suppliers, whether a community can send and receive money without penalty. To defining regional performances, we must also broaden how we define progress. GDP growth is important, of course, but it cannot tell us if a coastal community is resilient to disaster, or if our youth are gaining real opportunities to thrive. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent offers a more complete vision. It helps us look beyond physical measures and consider peace and security, environmental health, digital inclusion, cultural identity, and people-centered development. To this context, the recent UN General Assembly endorsement of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, is a significant milestone. It ensures that global development tools are finally being tailored to the realities of countries like ours. For the Blue Pacific, the MVI represents a vital step towards ensuring that our structural vulnerabilities are fully recognized and addressed in a comprehensive and equitable manner. It acknowledges our region's acute exposure to climate change and natural disasters, as well as the enduring challenges of geographic isolation, including high transportation costs and limited access to global markets. This is the kind of metric that matters. This is the kind of index that must now inform how partnerships are shaped, how financing is allocated, and how the Pacific is supported to succeed on its own terms. To deliver on these goals, we need a regional system that works better. Through the ongoing review of the regional architecture, RRA, we are taking a hard look at how we organize ourselves, how we reduce duplication, improve coherence, and strengthen delivery. We must move from fragmentation to functionality, from competition to complementarity, from inwardness to integration. Let us not allow nationalism to dim the power of Pacific regionalism. In an age of converging challenges, unity is not a choice. It is our only competitive advantage. Conclude, Excellencies, let me close by suggesting this. The best indicator of Pacific economic performance is not found on a graph or a chart. It is found in the lives of our people. It is in how easily they move, how well they connect, how confidently they plan for their future. Let us use the specific update to recommit to a vision of economic performance rooted in connection, inclusion, and shared prosperity. Nakawakalevu, Tebakar, thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honourable Secretary General. And we really appreciate you starting off with this reminder to all of us that we're connected by our Sea of Islands. The incredible work that was undertaken by Professor Belihau Ofa to highlight to all of us the strength of the Pacific, that we are defined by the greatness of our oceans, not by the smallness of our islands. Thank you, sir. We're also really inspired about your emphasis on Pacific regionalism, the opportunity to lead and to serve our Pacific people, grounded on our Pacific values, the opportunity to ensure mobility, the investment in reliable connectivity and robust banking as examples of that coming together to strengthen our Pacific collective work together, especially highlighting people-centered development. That is the most valuable asset that we have, is our people, and we appreciate you underlining that. It's now a pleasure to invite our next speaker, who is remotely dialing in, and we also have our colleague here that can answer questions in person. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Stephen Howes, and he is the founder of the Development Policy Center, a professor of economics. And we're really pleased to have you online with us, sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me? I hope you can. Well, Bulavanaka, everyone. And first of all, I want to give my sincere apologies for not being with you in person. I was certainly planning to be. I'm in Papua New Guinea, and I'll just say I had a few passport issues. So I'm still in Papua New Guinea and unable to be at the with you today. But I'm happy that with technology, I'm able to still present to you. Before I present, since I am with the ANU, I want to welcome you all. Nilesh has already welcomed you and the Vice Chancellor on behalf of USP. I want to welcome you all on behalf of the Australian National University. This is a very important event for us. It's something we've been doing with USP for a long time, and it's a collaboration we will hope will continue long into the future. I also want to say that this is the first time we've gone. We used to do it every year. Now we're doing it every 2 years, just to make it more sustainable. I think we were a bit worried it might lose momentum, but looking at the program and the turnout, I think it's something people are looking forward to it even more now that it's only every 2 years. And I'm especially happy that we've again got the third day on migration, Pacific migration, and I very much appreciate the remarks by the Secretary General around freer movement. Given the importance of that, that's really why we're having this third day just on Pacific migration, which we've done now, I think, for about the last 5 years. I also want to say that although I'm not here, we do have a very strong contingent from the ANU, so I don't think I'll be missed. Thank you to all my colleagues. We've got a very senior and strong delegation with Professor Meg Keane, who directs the Pacific Research Program. Professor Miranda Forsyth is there. We have Honorary Professor Robin Davies. Some of you will know him from DFAT. He actually led the international COVID response for Australia, which I know was very significant, especially here in Fiji. Of course, Ryan is here, our Deputy Director, Grant Moulton, and many others. So please enjoy it. I'm very sorry I can't be there. Just one more thing before I start. I do want to, because I won't be able to join you, I want to thank those colleagues on our side. Put a lot of work into organising the conference. I know we normally do this at the end, but since I won't be there, I want to thank Aloha, Rabayat, Sharon, Amita and Sadhna, and others for all your hard work. And of course, on the USP side, to Nilesh, Josephine and her team. All right, well, it's a real honor for me to be part of this distinguished panel. And I want to acknowledge our MC, Dr. Manu, and the other speakers, Professor Paul Aliwalia, High Commissioner, Mr. Peter Roberts, and of course, Mr. Baramwanga. Thank you very much. I think you really set the context for this conference and really for what I'm going to say. So I'm going to, I do have a PowerPoint, and if you bear with me, I will hopefully be able to share that with you. Yeah, so I hope you can see that. This is the paper that I've written with Rabayat, and yeah, Rabayat is there and able to answer your questions and take the discussion further. And you might be wondering why we're having this as a keynote session. It looks like a rather technical, dry subject. And of course, I also take the points made by the Secretary General that you can't reduce an economy, let alone a people, to a few graphs. But nevertheless, I hope to show you that, in fact, although it sounds quite dry and technical, in fact, this is a very useful kind of approach that we've started promoting. And we hope you'll take it further. So I wasn't sure how much time I would have, so I've made this presentation short, and I just want to make 3 points in my presentation. One, the Pacific is economically unique. Now, you may all know that. You all live, or many of you live in the Pacific. But until now, we haven't had an indicator as to how to measure this. And so that's one thing that we've been able to do with our work is demonstrate through a graph, through numbers, the economic uniqueness of the Pacific as a region. The second point, we want to show you that the Pacific was the fastest growing region in the world in the 2010s. And we think this was a surprise to us. You know, we normally think of the Pacific as a slow growing region, but it wasn't in the 2010s. And I think that's something very interesting and help change our perception of the Pacific. So that's the second point I'm going to make today. And then the third point is this one, that this new acronym, GNDI, is the best metric for measuring Pacific economic performance. And part of the way I'm going to show that is because only by using GNDI can we make the first 2 points about the uniqueness of the Pacific and its fast growth, or very fast growth, in the 2010s. So what do we mean by the Pacific? Well, in this, you know, this is a analysis with numbers focused. So we need numbers from countries, and these are the 12 countries that we're looking at. So it's basically the independent island states of the Pacific. Unfortunately, we don't have a new 8. We just couldn't get the data for it. You might notice that Papua New Guinea is missing from this list, and that's a bit ironic given that I'm in PNG right now, and of course, it's an integral part of the Pacific. But we're really interested here in the small island states. You know, when we talk about the PICs, the Pacific Island countries, it's not enough just to be an island. Otherwise, you'd have to include New Zealand, Australia. You know, there are some very big island countries around the world. So and Papua New Guinea's population puts it as one of the larger countries in the world, bigger than the median. So we're interested here in the smaller Pacific Island countries. So these 12 countries are the focus of this research we've been doing in my presentation today. And then what is this GNDI? You may not have heard of it, but it's a comprehensive measure of national income. And in fact, it's nothing new. It's actually recognized by economists to be the best national income measure, right? So it is accepted, but it's not normally calculated because we're so used to GDP. You know, everyone knows about GDP. And for most countries, GNDI is very similar to GDP. So then it's like, well, why bother, right? It'll just confuse people. So although GNDI is theoretically a better measure, it's normally not calculated or reported. But our point is that for the Pacific, the two are very different. And because GNDI is a better measure, we should certainly use it. And if we don't, we miss a lot of what's going on. So what is this GNDI? It's gross national disposable income. So it's the income disposable available to a nation. And if you divide that by the population, you get a measure of the average income. Of course, it's not a perfect measure of average living standards, but it's certainly a help. So that's GNDI. That's new. That's GDP, gross domestic product. I think we're all familiar with it. It's how much stuff a country produces. What's the difference? Well, GNDI is equal to GDP plus this net foreign income. So what's going on here? Well, you know, if we want to measure living standards, we need to know how much income a country gets. And a country can get income in two ways. First of all, by domestic production, that's from GDP. But second, it can get it from foreign sources. It can get it offshore, and that's net foreign income. And it's called net because it can go both ways. For example, if you have workers overseas sending back remittances, then you're earning foreign income. But if you have foreign workers in your country sending remittances overseas, you're losing that income. So that's the idea of net. What is net foreign income? Well, it's really these four things. So first of all, I've already mentioned it's remittances. It's the remittances that temporary workers earn and send back, or permanent migrants earn and send back, minus the remittances sent out of the country. It's also government transfers, and this is similar to what we normally call aid, but it's not all aid. All these statistics come from the balance of payments. So it's aid that actually arrives in the country and actually hits the balance of payments. Then returns on foreign investment. If you have a sovereign wealth fund and you've got you're holding US dollars or shares overseas, you will earn a return on that, and that's also a form of foreign income. On the other hand, if you have foreign companies operating in your country, say running a hotel or a resource project, they send their profits offshore, you'll lose that. So that's the net returns on foreign investment. And then finally, and actually very importantly for the Pacific, is what we call returns on sovereign assets. And these are things like the right to fish in the Pacific waters. You know, that's very valuable. You hand out fishing licenses, and that's also to foreign fishing fleets. That's a return on sovereign assets. So that's the fourth source of net foreign income. All right, so that's GNDI. Now, I'm going to use GNDI to make these 2 points about the Pacific being economically unique, and then about fast growth. So you might have seen this graph before, or this type of graph. It's quite popular if you want to show that the Pacific is very different. This is a graph that on the horizontal axis, you have the population. And then on the vertical axis, you've got the remoteness, how far a country is from the major markets of the world, whether it's Tokyo, New York, Beijing, Sydney. And you can see that the Pacific, the purple dots, are quite clustered in the left-hand corner. They are very different. So they're definitely unique. And for example, you can see, even compared to the Caribbean, also small countries, but not nearly as remote. So this is an indicator of uniqueness, but these are geographical indicators, right? These are not economic indicators. Your population and your remoteness, where you are, is a function of your geography. Of course, it has an economic impact, but it's not itself an economic indicator. So we've known the Pacific's geographically unique, but how does that translate into economics? Well, what we want to suggest is that this ratio of GNDI to GDP, which is a measure of the importance of foreign income, that really sets the Pacific apart. And this graph shows the average ratio for the PICs Pacific Island countries compared to all the other regions in the world. And you can see it's completely different, right? For all the other regions in the world, the ratio is more or less 1, right? As I said, there's hardly any difference between these two variables. That's why GNDI is never used. But for the PICS, it's much more than 1, right? And in fact, it's growing. So it's actually becoming more important over time. And now you might think, well, that's okay, because remember I showed the Pacific Island countries were small, right? It's unfair to compare them against all these regions. We should just focus on a comparison with other small countries. Maybe the Pacific won't look so different, but actually it doesn't make any difference at all. Whether you look at whether you compare the Pacific to large states or small states, you still get this result that the PICS are extremely different to any other region. So I think this is an indicator that's, as I said, it's perhaps not a surprise, but for the first time does demonstrate in economic terms the uniqueness of the Pacific Island region. Okay, I think the second one might be a surprise. It was certainly a surprise to us when we found it, because, you know, the standard assumption, and I mean, I've also said this in various papers and reports I've written, is that the Pacific is a slow-growing region, right? And, you know, sometimes we use the term that it muddles through, but we don't think of the Pacific as a fast-growing region. And, you know, we're not showing here that it's fast-growing all the time or that it's going to be fast-growing in the future, but we just want to show that for this period of the last decade, it was, in fact, the fastest-growing region in the world. And so it does change our perspective of what's going on in the Pacific. So let me start on this one. First of all, using GDP, right? So that's the old measure, the standard measure. And again, we're comparing the Pacific Island countries to the other major regions of the world. And we're using this period, 2010 to 2019, because, you know, by 2010, we were out of the global financial crisis and we wanted to finish it before COVID. So it's kind of a standard period. No, of course, there's always volatility, but no huge shocks over this period at the region level. And even with GDP per person growth, this is the average growth over this period. It's pretty good. It's you know, not as good as South Asia with, you know, fast-growing India, or East Asia with fast-growing China and Vietnam, but you know, better than the other regions of the world. So quite good. Sort of we could say average by global standards. But when we look at GNDI, you can see, in fact, the Pacific Island countries show world-leading growth, right? 4.6% a year from 2010 to 2019, better than South Asia at 3.7%, better than East Asia, you know, despite performance of countries like China and Vietnam, better than the Americas, better than every other region in the world. It's really quite remarkable. And as I said, when we found it, certainly a surprise. So what's going on? You know, how do we explain this? Well, that's what this graph does here. And it goes back to those 4 components that I mentioned that constitute net foreign income, plus a little residual at the end. So let's just go through them one by one. If we start off with foreign aid, you can see, and this is we don't have this data all the way back, but 2008 is sort of the first year we have the data for all the countries, and the most recent year is 2022. So here I'm taking the first and the last year, really. And you can see back in 2008, aid, you know, which is this government transfers as measured by the recipient, was the most important component of this net foreign income. Right? It was 18% of GDP. But in fact, despite, you know, all the Pacific scale-ups and step-ups and increased donor interest, that's actually gone down. Right? It's now only 11%. So this rapid growth in the Pacific hasn't actually been driven by foreign aid. So what has it been driven by? Well, the next item is remittances. And you can see that remittances have shown strong growth. That at the start of the period, they were only 7% of GDP, but now they've gone up to 10%. And that's not surprising, you know, with all the new labour mobility schemes and emphasis on migration. And you can see now that, in fact, remittances are just about as important as aid as a source of foreign income for the Pacific. But the third one is where it's you really see the stark change, and that's this return on sovereign assets, which has skyrocketed from third place in 6.3% to first place now as 17%. So almost tripling in its importance. And what's going on there? Well, there are several things, but the most important is that one I mentioned before on fishing licenses. So under the Nauru Agreement, the Pacific countries got together. They developed the Vessel Day Scheme, and that scheme, acting collectively and selling off these licenses to the highest bidder, has really paid returns for the region and really enabled a lot more the region to capture a lot more of the rent from the foreign fishing business. Now, I think we've known that, but we've never really integrated it into our growth analysis or into our economic analysis, and that's what GNDI enables us to do. Then the last two, investment income, no real change there, and the residual also very small and static. So to summarize the story, its increased returns from fishing license revenue and migration opportunities have directly and indirectly boosted national income and economic growth in the Pacific. And I just want to emphasize that directly and indirectly, of course, more foreign income itself is going to push up GNDI, because foreign income goes straight into GNDI. But there are also spillover effects. If you get more foreign income, you get more remittances sent home. You don't just spend that money on imports, right? You also spend that on domestic food, on domestic services. You start up taxi companies or a bus company. You go out and eat, and that boosts GDP. And that helps explain why even GDP looks pretty good for that 2010, right? Because it was being stimulated by all this foreign income coming into the country. So we shouldn't always think of there being a trade-off between foreign income and GDP. There are also complementarities. Now, before I finish, I just want to emphasize that, of course, the Pacific region is very diverse, right? So while we're generalizing across the region, when we look at the individual country level, you will find a lot of variation. And so if we go back to that indicator of economic uniqueness, GNDI over GDP, you can see a wide range from just above 1 to just below 2. I mean, the countries at the top, your Tuvalu, Kiribati, Armai, Nauru, I think they're about the 4 highest in the world for that ratio. There are just no other countries like it. I think the next 4 or 5, FSM, Tonga, Samoa, Vanuatu, Palau, are kind of in the top 15. The other 3, the Solomon Islands, Cook Islands, Fiji, are, of course, lower, but still above the median. The median is about where Fiji is. But important to note, Fiji and Solomon Islands, this ratio is actually growing as remittances become more important. And then likewise, in terms of growth performance, again, we generalized across the region in our presentation or in our paper and in this presentation. But if you look at individual countries, you do see a lot of variation. But you can see in most countries, the orange bar, which is GNDI average growth, is significantly above the blue bar. Sometimes it shows a very different picture. If you look at Vanuatu, if you just looked at GDP, you'd think, well, the Vanuatu economy is really stagnating, doing badly. But if you look at GNDI, you think, okay, it's growing at 4%. That's quite dynamic. And especially as we have the Secretary General here, I just want to highlight Nauru's performance, which is quite extraordinary, even if you use GDP. But if you look at GNDI, to have growth for a decade over 10% a year, that's really a remarkable, very unusual outcome. So lots of variation in the Pacific, but I do think we can still generalize and make these 3 points. First, that the Pacific is economically unique. Second, that it was the fastest growing region in the world in the 2010s. And I just want to say here, I'm not trying to downplay the difficulties the region's facing. Obviously, after 2019, we had COVID, and the whole world's been struggling to recover from COVID, but especially the Pacific. So I'm not trying to gloss over the problems. I'm just trying to show how the Pacific is capable of very rapid growth, at least in particular periods. So that's the second point about fast growth. And then the third point is this one about measurement. that GNDI is the best metric for measuring Pacific economic performance. It's a better measure than GDP. The Pacific is the one region where it really makes a difference whether you use GNDI or GDP. And if we don't misuse it, we'll miss what's going on. And so the bottom line, and how I'd like to conclude the presentation, is to say, so to get a better understanding of Pacific economic performance, let's start measuring, reporting, and talking about GNDI in the Pacific. I just want to clarify here, I'm not trying to say that GNDI is the measure and the only one we should measure. And of course, the Secretary General mentioned vulnerability index. There are indicators for resilience. Of course, human development and poverty are critically important. I'm just saying that we do use GDP a lot in the Pacific. What other measures are out there? The main focus is often on GDP. And our argument is that should shift away from GDP towards GNDI. So that's it from me, Vanaka Vakalevu. And please do, we do have a draft of this paper. We're just incorporating some comments. Please do contact us if you would like to discuss the paper. And of course, we'll send you a copy as soon as it's available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Howes, for a fascinating presentation on this metric for gross national disposable income. And it is time for our question and answer session. And we've got Dr. Rubaiyat Chowdhury, who is also here to help respond in person on behalf of Professor Howes as well. And, friends and colleagues, we've been presented with this interesting concept of the GNDI comparable to the GDP, which we're all so much more familiar with, how it shows the uniqueness economically of our region, how it shows the huge potential for growth, with that example in the 2010s and using this metric. And so we'd like to open the floor for any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen and Rubaiyat. John Frankel from Victoria, University of Wellington. That was very interesting, Stephen. What you're doing reminds me a bit of some of the stuff Jeff Bertram did on the mirror economies, except of course he was paying attention to Polynesia and Micronesia and not to the Melanesian countries, whereas you're including those Melanesian countries, and his emphasis was on the aid and remittances end, not so much the return on the sovereign assets. A second point, though, is how does it not everywhere put such great emphasis on gross domestic product? The US, for example, often has gross national income data. Some other countries also use gross national income. How does your measure of gross national disposable income differ from the conventional measures of gross national income? I'm forgetting I can't remember the extent to which they include things like remittances or returns on sovereign assets. Thanks.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, John. Those are two excellent questions. And I might take the second one first, because actually I meant to comment on that in the course of my presentation, and I totally forgot. But yeah, there is a third measure, GNI, gross national income, and that's sort of halfway between GDP and GNDI. And as you said, it is better known. It's much better known than GNDI. When you look at how GNI is calculated, it also starts with GDP, and then it also adds on some components of foreign income, but not all components of foreign income, right? And our point is that it's half cooking something. I mean, either you're going to cook it or you're not. And if you're going to add in foreign income, you might as well add in all the foreign income. And that's why we think, yes, GNI maybe is better than GDP, but it's definitely not as good as GNDI. And the difference is especially important for the Pacific because it's on remittances. where GNI doesn't include it only includes a small share of remittances, less than half. And given how important remittances are for some countries, that's a big shortfall. So that's a reason why we don't focus on GNI, but we argue for GNDI. And on your second question about Mirab and Jeffrey Bertram, yes, I've been in touch with Jeffrey, and he also, I mean, I guess those Mirab authors were kind of the first to emphasize the importance of aid and remittances, and they are the sorts of things that show up. I think the issues with the Mirab approach are one, they never had an indicator like this to actually show the importance or to assess the importance. So I think having this kind of indicator will actually help with those debates. It's also interesting, it's not only aid and remittances. In fact, the most important source of foreign income is that the fishing licenses, the returns on sovereign assets. So it's we shouldn't get too obsessed, I think, with a particular source of foreign income, but look broadly. And finally, I think it's important. I'm sure Jeff would admit this, but it's you don't want to write off GDP either. For all the countries, actually, GDP is still the biggest component of GNDI. Right? GNDI is significantly different, but GDP is still very important. So I think the value of this framework or this indicator, it gives a way to get these different schools of thought, the people who really emphasize GDP and domestic production, the people who emphasize aid and remittances, and kind of give them a common framework within which they can pursue their debates and analysis.
Thank you, Professor Hausen. Thank you for that question. You're also welcome to ask any questions to both of our keynote speakers. And colleagues, it's really fascinating that only now we're integrating into the growth analysis this huge contribution from the fishing licenses and how the vessel day scheme for the parties to the NAUR agreement revealed the true economic value of that fishery. It makes absolute sense. So just checking, please, if there are any further questions. Sir, go ahead. If we could have a mic to our colleague halfway down the row. And
thank you, moderator. My name is Seone Lolesio. I'm from the economic discipline of the School of Accounting, Finance and Economics of the University of the South Pacific. I have two questions. The first one is for the Honorable General Secretary of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, and also the Honorable High Commissioner of Australia for Fiji. And the second question for Professor Stephen Howe. The first question is on, we heard the importance of focusing on labor mobility for the Pacific, emphasized by the Honorable Secretary General and also the Australian High Commission. My question is, would it be time to focus on a Pacific citizen passport? What is your two views on that? Because I think the Caribbean have started that, and some of the countries in Africa, but I think we can't really realize the mobility until we have a common passport. And the question for Professor Stephen, how are you going? We cannot, you have presented a very challenging analysis, especially for documentation and calculation of GDP and GNDI. I really like the idea of the GNDI, but what do you think it can get into the mainstream of, because the statistics, it's produced by the National Statistics Office using framework. For now, they're using the SNA 2008. So mainly based on GDP. So what is your view from here towards that, integrating it into the National Statistics Office? Because some of our leaders are even struggling to understand GDP and to do GNDI, it will be another challenge. Thank you.
Thank you to our learned colleague from Tonga for those two questions. Your Excellencies, the first question was about the importance of a focus on labor mobility, whether it's a time to focus on Pacific citizen passport. That's the first question. And then the second question, Professor Howes and Dr. Rubaiyat, I think you've got that one in terms of the types of challenges in terms of implementing this new GNDI and incorporating that into national statistics. So to our Excellencies first, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. It's a very important question at this time because it's one that is being discussed by leaders and they continue to catch interest, not just in our region but across and beyond. Labor mobility, I thought was it's one component of the connectivity that I think I was trying to push. The idea that here in the Pacific, for us to be successful, we need to be connected. We need to be able to move in and out of one's borders freely. And labor mobility, let me tell you something. It is not new. It is a way of helping each other out. And in fact, right at the beginning of the life of the forum, over 50 years ago, this was discussed so many times. And I recall that way back when I was young, I could also see there's so many people in my country, Nauru, moving in and out. Why? Because it was a small forum back then, and they were helping each other. And Nauru was in a very good economic, financial way to help the others. And then it invited all. This is preceding the Australia-New Zealand mobility now. So Nauru was employing Fijians, Tongans, Samoan, Solomon Islands, Kiribati, Tuvalu for many, many decades. So that concept is starting. That's I think what part of your question. How can we again help each other? And it was right then because Nauru was was very rich back then, one of the richest in the world, and it was one of the strong sponsor of supporter of the forum financially, and the USB as well. So this was always there. Now, the question could be, are we in that same position now to help each other out? And yes, we can move towards that. I remember before there was a Nauru shipping line, we employed everybody. Nauru airline, Nauru, we moved around. When I say we, my own country, I'm just giving an example because I know. And that this idea of helping each other out has never died out until we raise it again with the Australians and New Zealand. And now it's a big thing. And we talk about remittance up here, okay? It's been being done so many years ago. And it continues right to this day. But the funny thing, we wear blinkers, us, the Pacific people. We only see something outside the Pacific coordination, cooperation, and collaboration. But if others come in to help, oh, that's something new. But it's always with us. Now, I want to say this. It's been discussed by leaders. Instead of giving all our talents and our skills to Australia and New Zealand, how can we share those around as well with our Pacific Island countries in true Pacific family spirit? And please, I just don't want to overemphasize this, but the family of spirit in the Pacific is real. We always want to help each other. And I notice now, if there's any problems, unemployment problems in one country, we help each other out. And I can give you an example. In 2014, when I was president of Nauru, this is a specific question, example. And the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Sopoanga, we met at the margins of the SIDS conference summit in Apia. There was problem of unemployment and things in Tuvalu. But we were on the up with, we were looking for employment and that. So a deal was struck there. Bring your people, visitors, will stamp their permit to work. It's just something similar. How can, it's just the mechanism how we operate, how we operate these things. And right now, in so many of the Micronesian countries, there are Fijians, Solomon, and other working there. Not just in Nauru, in Kiribati, in Marshall Islands, in FSM, and slowly we'll move further up north to Palau. I'm not sure whether I answered that question, but I just provided some examples for you so we can just keep thinking about it. We're very thankful for Australia. They've been there for us, and New Zealand as well. But how can we extend this further so that we help ourselves as well? You know, in our family, there's so many different ways. We know each other very, very well. My grandkids, I have over 20-something grandkids, let me tell you. And I know every one of them, their personality. You don't, this one hardly talks. But you do something to him, he's a, you know, it's a different character. That's the way we should treat each other as a family. Be specific, be sensitive to each other's differences, each other's personality, and adjust our ways. And that mobility thing that I'm talking about this morning should be free, as I said. I hope I've answered your question to some point. Thank you.
Thanks, Secretary General. And well, I think on the issue of the passport, and Secretary General would know this much better than me. I'm sure there's lots of different views among countries that they'd have to work through. But I think the general point is of greater interconnectivity, greater engagement is something I think there's a strong unified view throughout the Pacific. And I know in Australia, of course, we're looking at labour mobility and new mechanisms like the Pacific Engagement Visa. But I think the Secretary General also makes a very good point about interconnectedness and the links. You know, I think during COVID, we all learnt a lot about how much we rely on our links. I wasn't in the Pacific at the time. I was Australia's ambassador to Timor-Leste. But we were very isolated during COVID, and like I know lots of Pacific Island countries were as well, and we benefited from the, even though we weren't in the Pacific, from the Pacific Aviation Program back there. And it just brought back to us how important those links are and the ability to transport people and goods and ideas between our countries. So, you know, we talk a lot about global uncertainty and we talk about trade uncertainty now. You know, it seems like it's even better time now to think about what we can do within the region. So I think I heard you were from Tonga, and I saw the recent trade mission between Fiji and Tonga. And the Secretary General's talked about the examples in Nauru. So how are we thinking about our supply chains within the region? You know, we don't always have to think about everything outside the region. How are we thinking about our supply chains in the region? How do we think about how we're trading in the region? I think it's, you know, sometimes different circumstances give us an opportunity to think about things in a different way. So I really think now is the time to think about our internal Pacific opportunities.
Thank you very much to Your Excellencies. And for the second question, please, Professor Howes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sienna. That's also an excellent question. And you mentioned at the end the SNA, System of National Accounts, put out by the UN. Well, GNDI is in the SNA. It's just that, you know, first you have GDP, then you have GNI, then you have GNDI, and no one ever gets there, right? But it is there. So it's an official part of the national accounts measurement system. And in fact, not only that, but if you look at a number of Pacific countries and you go through their national accounts reports, you do see GNDI, but you see it in a like in the annex, in a statistical annex. No one ever notices it, right? But quite a few of the countries are already actually measuring it, and it's not hard to measure because you just start with GDP, which everyone measures anyway, and then you add on this net foreign income, which is in the balance of payments. And so countries have to have a balance of payment system, and so they have that data. It is true, we discovered for a few countries, like it's a bit out of date. And some of them, there are challenges, right, in capturing remittances, in capturing government transfers or aid. So just like there are just like there are challenges with measuring GDP, there are challenges with measuring this net foreign income. So I think, but it's really a question of giving it a higher profile, right? Once you gave it a higher profile, the basic techniques are there, the basic data is there, and those gaps could easily be filled once it had a higher profile. So how do you give it a higher profile? Well, that's why we're here talking about it. We've been talking to DFAT. We've started talking with SPC, who measure the Pacifics. We'd like to talk with the forum, I think with the multilaterals. All these agencies should get on board. I think exactly as Dr. Manu said, because we can see the conventional measure, the GDP, has kind of totally missed the picture as to what's been going on, and with the economic benefit of these initiatives, like the Value Day scheme, Vessel Day scheme, or with initiatives like greater labour mobility and remittances. So I think we need to make that case, give this a higher profile, and then I think the actual measurement in some places is already happening, and where it's not or where it needs to be improved, I think that's quite feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Please, we've got a question in that row to the left. Thank you.
Yes, hello, Aquila here from UNDP. I have two questions for Stephen Howe and Honourable Wonga as well, if you'd like to weigh in. The first question is around the implications of using GNDI on ODA eligibility or ODA graduation. So we've sort of seen in the past few years, some countries graduating from ODA eligibility, in the case of Palau, kind of reverse graduating and the like during COVID. But then with Nauru, due to graduate at the beginning of next year, I wonder, if you have any sort of comments on how GNDI could be used in that context as opposed to regular GNI. And I know the MVI, the vulnerability index, also plays into this as well. So maybe there's some scope to think about that as well. So that's sort of the first question. And then my second question is in relation to remittances. Seems to be a very hot topic today, and I'm sure on Thursday as well in the workshop. But the question is around the efficiency and cost of sending remittances. So we know in the Pacific, remittances, are a very, very high portion of GDP. Some countries nearly as high as 50% in the case of Tonga, for example. So the question is around, the scope for using alternative payment sort of transfer modalities for sending remittances. So, maybe thinking about blockchain, for example, or crypto, or I know in Palau, there's already some use of the stable coins. So I know it's a very, very risky, and there's a lot of kind of considerations there, but I wonder if there's any comments just around, some of these sort of innovative payment modalities for remittances and any comments on that. So thank you.
Thank you, UNDP. And so those two questions for our distinguished panel. The first one is the implications of using GNDI on ODA eligibility or graduation of countries. And then the second question is about remittances, the efficiency and costs around that, and whether there are alternative forms. So I'll pass to our distinguished speakers. Professor Howes, perhaps you start off with the first one on the implications of GNDI. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, well, as I understand it, aid eligibility is basically determined by GNI, which is that third indicator I didn't really talk about. But that's the one that's actually used. And there are, I think basically if you become high income, you become ineligible for ODA. So I think Cook Islands is already ineligible, and maybe Palau, from what you're saying, is not eligible, and Nauru may be facing those issues. I don't think there's no direct sort of link, because, as I said, for the world as a whole, GNDI is not that useful, because it's not, for most countries, it's not that different to GDP. And since we're all used to GDP and we're used to GNI, we're just going to keep using those indicators. So this is really something not for the world, but it is something for the Pacific, because as I showed, for the Pacific, it does make a huge difference which one you use. So I don't think it speaks directly to the question of aid graduation. I mean, I just make a couple of points. One is that even if you graduate, countries can still give you aid, and New Zealand still provides support to Cook Islands, and America will always provide support to Palau, I think. And second, I just want to go back to that the graph of the different components. I mean, aid is important to the Pacific, and that's also a problem with GNI. GNI doesn't actually include aid, but aid is becoming less important. Now, that's interesting, I think. So, we need to be careful not to look at the Pacific too much through an aid lens. I think we should look at it through a foreign income lens and look at all the sources. So aid is one, but it's becoming less important. Remittances are becoming more important. And then the vessel day scheme and other sources of sovereign assets. Countries do very clever things to get foreign income, whether it's, with Tuvalu auctioning off the TV, sale of passports with Vanuatu. Nauru has hosted Australia's regional processing centre and made a lot of money through that. So I think, without minimising issues around aid graduation, I think we need to look at it more broadly through a foreign income lens. On the second point around remittances, I think there are others who can probably speak more to that. And in particular, I know my colleague Ryan has done a lot of work around cost of sending remittances. And so I might defer to him or others on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Howes. I'm just checking, please, if there were any other comments on remittances. Any general comments about the efficiency and cost around this platform? Or maybe one short question from the audience around that topic? And also a request from our distinguished panel, if you could kindly speak up when you ask your question so that they can capture it. Thank you. The gentleman in the middle, sir. Thank you. He's been asking for the floor.
Oh, thank you. Name is Mr. Moipel. I'm from the Auckland Institute of Studies. Just a comment on Professor Stephen Howes. I have been doing a bit of work in this area for Tonga, and currently I'm trying to put together a tourism satellite account for Tonga. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying, because we all know that GDP for Tonga, it's a bit small, but looking at remittances and actually trying to isolate how much income we receive from tourism, I think it's a bit bigger than what we officially report. So this is a prime example that I completely agree with you. It's something unique to the Pacific. And, where does the tourism income comes in? I'm not talking about investment. I'm just talking about overall expenditure. We call it experience economy in tourism. People just spend money, whether they send it directly, they prepaid their visit, and especially with the whale watch in Vava'a, I think we're getting a lot more from the whale watch industry than what is reported officially. So I'm just saying that I'm doing work on this and been doing it for years in Tonga. And I completely agree with what you're doing, Professor Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that positive and valuable comment. And I'm going to check with our distinguished speakers here in the room on this really important topic of remittances, if there was any key messages that you wanted to give to our audience before we close off. Thank you. Your Excellency Baron Wanga, thank you.
I just want to not go into figures or anything, but remittance will continue to grow for individual nations of our region who are actively participating in this labor mobility. The only problem that is starting to be apparent now is funds are slowly coming back, because a lot of the workers too, these are concerns that have been raised so many times, and they will continue to be discussed at leaders level. And I think it's to do with those individuals who have been selected to go and work. We also, there's a lot of discussions around breaking family breakups as well. So I think Australia has done a little bit more now to try and involve the family instead of just one individual going to pick fruits or whatever. These are real problems. These are Pacific problems for Pacific Islanders. And probably it affects others from the Southeast Asia as well. But for us, when we get to Australia, we become consumers quickly. So the level of remittance is also will drop. So we have to, the sending of these source countries for labor mobility, I think it is very, very crucial for them to go through this training as well. And they do. But we need to drum it into them that they have families back home and they have obligations back home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, Bill Roberts.
Thank you. I'll just touch very brief. Come on. Yep. I'll just touch very briefly on this. My colleague Jan Hutton will be here from tomorrow, actually, who's our expert on the lead on the PALM scheme in Australia. So she'll be able to talk about these things in more detail. But definitely with labour mobility to Australia, there's a lot of work to try to address some of the issues the Secretary General's raised. So we're now piloting a family accompaniment scheme and encouraging not just remittances to flow, but skills to flow back, skills to flow both ways. And so the dividends have to be more than just money. I think remittances, the average remittances sent back by worker a month is $1,500. So that's significant. But we're continuing to work about how we can continue to build our labour mobility programs to have broader benefits back in country, in Australia, for individuals, including in skills developments and for their communities.
Thank you very much to our distinguished speakers, Honourable Wanga and Your Excellency Peter Roberts, and also to Professor Howes. We appreciate very much this wonderful scene setter for what's to come in a very, very exciting agenda that allows this platform for our diverse views and frank discussion and open dialogue. So on that note, we warmly welcome you to the morning tea. And I'm so sorry that there's hands up. I'll just check with our conveners because there's a keen interest for questions, whether there's time. It's over to you. Okay. Okay, I'm being told, I'm sorry, sir. I'm being told there's no time, but please, we do welcome your questions when we move into our next session. Thank you.
Can you share?
Apologies. And we did this research in conjunction with the University of Adelaide as well. I think there are a couple of researchers on that project in the audience today as well. And just sort of jumping into it in the interest of time, I may actually float through a couple of slides to fit with the 12-minute mark. So I do apologize for that. So the findings, as I said, are based on the 2024 State of the Media research. The previous study was conducted more than a decade ago in 2013. We looked at 12 focus countries. So favorite states of Micronesia, Fiji, Kiribati, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Niue, Palau, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. Broadly, in the broader research, we had three key evaluation questions. The first, really looking at the emerging media landscape of the Pacific. So looking at media access coverage across print, broadcast, and digital. We then dwelt a little bit deeper into media policy and the legislative environment in the Pacific as well. And finally, we looked at a more micro level and regional level as well. What policies are there both at regional and national to address mis and disinformation? I won't bore you with the methodology, but ultimately it was Pacific-led with a team in country as well. Each country, so we had country reports for each of the 12 countries that we looked at. It was co-authored by an in-country expert media advisor. In terms of scope and scale, we looked at 700 institutional policy documents across the Pacific. And we conducted about 103 semi-structured interviews with media and audiences as well. And that was supplemented with an audience survey to 119 respondents. In terms, to sort of kickstart today's discussion, I think one of the things we want to do is really sort of map out some of the shifts in patterns that we saw since the last study. And one of the things that stood out for us was the increased digital media access and sector-wide adoption of digital platforms, together with falling data costs. And they really transformed how people access information, as you'd expect from 2013. Facebook has emerged as the primary news source for countries such as Fiji and Solomon Islands. I don't think this would be a surprise to anyone. With 95% of our respondents citing it as their platform of choice for keeping up on national and global issues. What we also noticed was a more strategic integration of TV and radio broadcast content into social media by organizations across the region through things like streaming and live streaming as well. And broadcast media markets across the region have also undergone a significant downsizing, with many outlets closing after the pandemic. And while the broadcast media market size has decreased in tangible terms, what we found was that 95% of respondents interviewed maintained that broadcast media is still relevant and central to strengthening national and regional information ecosystems. And it's a point we unpack later on with my colleague Alex. Just a quick word on internet penetration. So internet access has obviously increased as well. Fiji and Samoa, for example, now have internet access rates of 85% and 75% respectively. And this is a sharp meteoric increase from the 2013 figures of 28 and 7%. And we found that increasing access can really be attributed to the rising number of internet service providers, and also low orbit satellite equipment such as Starlink as well. In nations and communities that are on the cusp of heightened internet connectivity, such as Kiribati with the proposed completion of the submarine cable, there remains a mix of hope and uncertainty around its impact on citizens and how equipped they are to confront challenges such as mis and disinformation. And these findings led us to the broader question of what is the role of traditional media in a changing media ecosystem. And I guess the overarching point we want to make today is that owing to the diversity of media across the Pacific, traditional media has in fact become more vital rather than less in ensuring the sustainability of the media sector. And we can start with print media. As noted, print media distribution is declining in most of the 12 Pacific countries in our sample. For example, Tonga currently, if I'm not wrong, has a single active newspaper, which is complemented with monthly newsletters produced by churches. Some countries have newspapers that only publish a couple of times a week. Others have newspapers that publish daily. But despite these viability concerns, findings show that print media, and particularly non-government funded outlets in countries such as Fiji, Solomon Islands, and Samoa, have managed to preserve their credibility as the voice of truth amid a proliferation of online mis and disinformation. And this is an important development, specifically when considering that most countries in the Pacific do not have dedicated policies addressing mis and disinformation or operationalized right to information laws. Print media outlets such as the Samoa Observer, that you hear about very shortly, are perceived by practitioners and audiences as having a unique form of information resilience to mis and disinformation. 85% of sample audiences in our research recognize print media's role as the most consistent providers of balanced quality journalism. This high level of trust extends to their respective online versions as well. And our findings show that there are decades of history, culture, and traditional values steeped in the print media industry that have uniquely shaped the media's public interest role in each Pacific country. They are significant contributors to public interest journalism. And just moving on to the radio side of things, 75% of audiences we spoke to across the 12 countries acknowledged the local radio service as an established cultural institution, contributing to and capturing the national identity and public consciousness of their nation, both in positive and challenging times. Specifically, talkback radio was seen as a staple part of what it means to be connected to public discussion on issues that affect ordinary citizens. most of the 12 Pacific countries studied have at least one government run radio station. Almost all countries we analyzed have commercial radio stations. Our survey findings showed that radio serves as the primary source of information for the region, particularly in remote areas where digital connectivity is inconsistent and during times of natural disaster. In all countries studied, radio had the widest transmission coverage and provided real-time weather updates, and also in times of disasters on evacuation routes and safety protocols as well. My final point before I hand over to Alex quickly was around media freedom. And so 90% of our media practitioner respondents raised media freedom as a key concern. Freedom of press or media are not enshrined in the constitution for most specific countries, often exposing journalists to legal implications should their coverage be deemed to infringe defamation, confidentiality, and national security laws. A number of media practitioners and audience members who participated in this study expressed concern that the freedom of their local media is insufficiently protected. And the prevalence of state-owned media outlets was reported in interviews as the main compromising factor to media freedom. More than 2/3 of media practitioners mentioned that they were motivated to preserve media independence because of the historical struggles faced by broadcast media in their country in preserving media freedom. I'll just hand it now to Alex to provide us with a case study as well. Alex.
Thank you, Prashant. It's an interesting time to be talking about Samoa, especially with the recent snap elections that were announced by Prime Minister Fiame. I was until 15 months ago, the editor of the Samoa Observer, and for close to 6 years. There's no better example to use to talk about the role of traditional media in protecting democracy and speaking truth to power than the newspapers and the role that they continue to play in Pacific communities. For all the different parts, in my now new role as the team leader for the Pacific Media Assistance Scheme, I continue to be asked the question about how long will newspapers be around for? I was asked the same question in 2010, 2012. The print industry is still thriving in PNG, in Fiji, in Samoa as well, and Solomon Islands as well. So they still have a role to play in the democracy that we have around the region. For the 6 years that I was in Samoa, I think the constitutional crisis in 2021 that led to the Prime Minister Tuilaepa losing his seat and losing the elections and government, and Fiame coming into power as Samoa's first woman Prime Minister. I think that was the best example that I can think of where there was a lot of pressure on the local media, especially on Samoa Observer, because there's always an expectation that Samoa Observer is the ballmark and has to be the one who set the benchmarks in exposing and holding government to account. That is not to say that Samoa Observer has also been through its fair share of being sued, taken to court, threatened. Its reporters sometimes often shown the door because of the cultural complexities that currently exist today in Samoa. But when the constitutional crisis came about in 2021 after the 2021 general election, the newspaper stood its guard. There was a lot of pressure from both sides of the political spectrum, from the Human Rights Protection Party as well as from the FAST Party. We even had one of our reporters back then had to resign because her family were strong HRPP supporters. And they always saw the Samoa Observer as being a strong supporter of Fiame's FAST Party. But I think, being the editor of the paper and being non-Samoan really helped in terms of the coverage, because that gave independence to the paper, because I had no personal affiliations whatsoever to anyone in Samoa. And being Papua New Guinean, I think that put me in a good position to be able to continue to do the job that we all should do as journalists, to be able to hold governments to account. So the constitutional crisis in 2021, following the general election that time, was a really crucial period, I would say. I was just telling a colleague that I think in 2021, when the constitutional crisis came about and ran for about 3 months, a lot of Samoans started going online and looking for the Samoan constitution because they really wanted to understand the actions of both the First Party and the HRPP back then and why there was a crisis. Where are the parameters in which how leaders can be able to conduct themselves in terms of a new government coming into office and all of that stuff. My reporters back then stuck to their guns. I think when we sent our reporters out, it was always important. I think one of the things that I should also speak about is about the cultural complexities of working in the media in Samoa, and especially working for the Samoa Observer. The paper has always come under criticism, but with a number of reporters, and most, I think 99% of the reporters in our newsrooms were women reporters. In my close to 6 years of working in the newsroom, I think they have only had 2 male reporters who've come through the ranks and worked as reporters. The rest were all female reporters, and they did a very great job in terms of holding government to account. And for the female reporters, having a matai title or a chiefly title was also very important. It gave them that ability to go and sit down in the same room with a cabinet minister and to hold an interview without being looked down upon. Because in Samoa, because it's so hierarchical, anyone without a matai title, there are limitations in how much work you can be able to do as a reporter. If you have a matai title, then it kind of sets an equal playing field for you. So when you sit down, interview the cabinet minister, you can be assured that he will respond to your questions. If you did not have a matai title, that there was no guarantee. Sometimes we've had 1 or 2 cases where the village councillors actually, the chiefs of the village actually told the reporters to leave because they were not matai. So those are some of the cultural complexities that we had in terms of running a newspaper in Samoa. So traditional media will always have a very big role to play in terms of the democracy that we have in the Pacific Islands. So that basically encapsulates the SOM, the State of the Media report that we just concluded on the role and value that traditional media adds to the media ecosystems in the Pacific. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is joining us from the Centre for Strategic and International Studies. It's John Oge. I hope that's the correct pronunciation. His speech or his presentation is entitled Tuvalu's Diplomatic Preference Beyond the Checkbook. John, the floor is yours.
I guess. Oh, they're pulling it up. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is John Auger, and I'm the program manager at the Center for Strategic and International Studies on the Australia chair. My research largely focuses on the Pacific Islands. Prior to my current role, I worked at the White House, and before that, worked at the Tuvalu Climate Action Network in Tuvalu. And the title of my presentation today is Tuvalu Beyond the Checkbook, which will share insights in Tuvalu's diplomatic decision to recognize Taiwan. I'll probably go a little fast throughout just to hit our 12-minute mark. So just wanted to start out with an agenda for my presentation. So first I'll give an introduction followed by a background. Then we'll look at the factors that I analyzed to understand Tuvalu's diplomatic decision, followed by some analysis, and then we'll provide some conclusions. So just to introduction, Tuvalu stands firm in its diplomatic decision to recognize Taiwan. This decision has key is very important for not only Tuvalu, Taiwan, and China themselves, but also for the broader region in terms of regional stability, international alliances, and the sovereignty of smaller states caught in the crossfire. China has diligently tried to persuade countries around the world that still recognize Taiwan, and that includes some of the Pacific Island countries, to switch diplomatic relations from Taiwan to China, and it has achieved some success. We've seen both Kiribati and the Solomon Islands switch diplomatic relations in 2019, and most recently Nauru in 2024. So it is therefore important to ask the research question that I used: why hasn't Chinese checkbook diplomacy been successful in the case of Tuvalu? So just a quick background, I'm sure many as we know, Tuvalu is a former British colony known as the Ellis Islands, alongside the Gilbert and Ellis Islands, made up of modern-day Kiribati and Tuvalu. Tuvalu is Taiwan's longest diplomatic ally in the Pacific, having official relations since 1979. Tuvalu is classified as a small island developing state and a least developed nation as well. Tuvalu does not recognize China, but it's had some engagements, if you will, with the country in recent decades, and I'm just going to highlight a few now. In 2000, China utilized its permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council to delay Tuvalu's admission to the United Nations. In 2019, Chinese-backed companies offered to build artificial islands for Tuvalu, and most recently, China contested Taiwanese delegates that were part of Tuvalu's delegation to the 2022 United Nations Oceans Conference, a conference that Tuvalu ultimately backed out of. So foreign policy was the first factor that I looked at. So the foreign policy of Tuvalu, Taiwan, and China. The Te Sigulangi is Tuvalu's official foreign policy document that was released in 2020. It does include cultural values such as Fale Pili and Kaitasi. Fale Pili referring to the moral responsibility of being a good neighbor, and Kaitasi to the concept of shared ownership. Literature also notes that the value of tangasoa, or friendship, is also deeply rooted in the Tuvaluan way of life. Climate change, as we know, Tuvalu is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. It is included in the foreign policy document. There is a section that notes any country forming relations with Tuvalu recognizes that Tuvalu's sovereignty is permanent and that its maritime boundaries are set no matter how high the sea level rises. And the current administration is pictured here under Filete Teo, and last year they announced 21 priorities for the government. The first 19 priorities within those 21 are domestic facing. The first foreign one is number 20, but it is confirming long-lasting relations with Taiwan. So on to the foreign policy of Taiwan and China. The rivalry of Taiwan and China in the South Pacific regularly includes bribery and embezzlement. Both China and Taiwan have placed a strong focus on visit diplomacy of Pacific Island leaders. It is often just a few members making key decisions, and this is also the case in Tuvalu. There are only 16 members of parliament, currently 9 members in government and 7 in opposition. Taiwan also focuses on the importance of democracy and its genetic links to Pacific Islanders. And there are no political parties or any clear anti or pro-China factions in Tuvalu's parliament, so personal connections matter. And currently pictured here on the screen is Taiwan's ambassador to Tuvalu, Andrew Lin. I've met him and he's great, and I think he does a great job at making personal connections. I've seen this firsthand. The picture on the screen is him dancing at a reception that Tuvalu hosted for Australia's Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, and he also attends many other types of engagements with members of parliament. When I was living there, he would always be front and center, sitting right next to Tuvalu's members of parliament. Conversely, on the other hand, China uses mostly a carrot, but sometimes stick approach. China, as I mentioned, focuses on visit diplomacy as well. We just saw that with the Pacific Island foreign ministers in China last week. And China accentuates itself as a rising superpower that can offer friendly benefits, and that it believes that recognition of it is inevitable. So the next factor I looked at was foreign aid, and literature notes that aid is used to promote recipient countries to act in ways that are favorable to the donor country. Both Taiwan and China each have their own branch to disperse foreign aid. So I'm sorry, just trying to go quickly here for time. Some literature notes that Taiwan is motivated to offer foreign aid for political reasons, specifically to get diplomatic recognition. What some would say is a modest investment is a big return on investment for Taiwan because it would gain a vote in the United Nations system. In addition to $12 million in direct budget support to Tuvalu, literature notes that foreign aid from Taiwan hits every facet of Tuvalu. Conversely, China is motivated for various reasons. Firstly, being political, China uses foreign aid to enhance relations with the recipient country, increase the recognition of its One China principle, and lastly, for political, is to increase its standing on the international system. China is motivated for economic reasons, is that foreign aid creates greater market access for Chinese firms. And lastly, China is motivated for developmental and humanitarian concerns, and that its foreign aid will offer disaster relief and relief for other challenges faced in the recipient countries. And important to note, lastly, on this, China supplies its own labor and materials when providing foreign aid. Conversely, Taiwan allows the recipient country to choose its own, where they get their own labor from and the materials as well. So there's a bit more economic benefits for the local economies from Taiwanese foreign aid. So now the next factor I looked at was interest in the Pacific. Literature doesn't touch much on Taiwan's interest other than fishing. In 2016, Tuvalu and Taiwan signed a fisheries cooperation agreement. On the other hand, China is interested in the Pacific for a variety of reasons. Firstly, being natural resources. Resource consumption in China is increasing. And as we know, the Pacific is vast of natural resources such as minerals, gold, and fisheries. China is also interested in the Pacific because of its strategic geopolitical location, which goes into the third interest that literature notes is to challenge American dominance. The fourth interest is tourism. Disposable incomes in China are increasing, and so is the want to travel. Safety is one of the top priorities for Chinese when they are traveling, making the South Pacific an ideal location to travel to. And lastly, China is interested in the Pacific for economic reasons through its Belt and Road Initiative. There are a handful of countries in the Pacific signed up, and many have expressed concerns related to environmental concerns, return on investment, as some projects have gone uncompleted. And lastly, in terms of the debt trap, where China will provide unsustainable loans and recipient countries will not be able to pay them back. Minister Simon Kofe, who was the foreign minister in the previous administration and now Minister for Innovation in the current Tuvalu Parliament, has publicly stated that we've heard a lot of concerns. We've heard a lot about debt, and that is concerning to us. And according to the IMF's 2023 Debt Sustainability Analysis Report, Tuvalu is at a high capacity for debt distress and has a weak capacity to carry debt. So trade, just for the sake of time, I'm not going to go too much into the details here, but the big takeaway is that over time, bilateral trade between China and Tuvalu has increased at a greater scale than bilateral trade between Tuvalu and Taiwan. So the fifth and final factor that I looked at was external influence from Australia, and the next slide will be on the United States. Australia is a major player in the Pacific and has very strong ties with Tuvalu. It is one of only two countries to have a physical presence in Tuvalu, the other being Taiwan, when Australia opened up its High Commission in Tuvalu in 2019. Between 2022 and 2023, Australia provided just over $21 million in developmental assistance. Australia does some trade with Tuvalu as well, but I think the most crucial in part of bilateral relations with the two countries is the Fale-Pila Union. It was a treaty that was signed in late 2023 and entered force in 2024. It covers a wide variety of topics, but just for time considerations, Tuvalu gets up to 280 Tuvaluans are able to relocate to Australia each year and have access to Medicare, medical services, healthcare, and education, among other services. And then on the other hand, Australia must mutually agree with Tuvalu on any defense engagements. And that is a pretty wide-ranging, I would encourage you to go look at the verbiage of that in the actual treaty itself. Next was the external influence of the United States. The United States has had much more limited engagement with Tuvalu than Australia has. The United States does not have an embassy in Tuvalu. Its embassy is located here in Suva. Our ambassador, Marie Demore, periodically travels to Tuvalu. Under former President Biden, he held 2 U.S.-Pacific summits that brought leaders over to Washington, D.C., held one in 22, one in 2023, and President Biden made that to happen in alternate years, which is why we didn't see one in 2024. So it'll be important to see if President Trump decides to have one this year. The U.S. does do some trade with Tuvalu, but on Donald Trump's Liberation Day on April 2nd, he placed a 10% tariff on Tuvalu. And a couple other things to note here is that the U.S. does provide funding for the Tuvalu Coastal Adaptation Project as well as a biogas security project. But when Donald Trump first took office, he signed an executive order pausing all foreign aid, which is still being under review. So that'll be something else to look out for. So on to the analysis part. The inclusion of the cultural values in Tuvalu's official foreign policy document underscores the government's recognition of the intrinsic role that cultural practices play in shaping its diplomatic agenda. Overall, Tuvalu's foreign policy is more closely aligned with that of Taiwan compared to China. Taiwan has over a 40-year track record of adhering to being a good neighbor of Tuvalu, which is exemplified by embracing the value of tangasoa, or friendship, making personal connections through its on-ground ambassador, respecting its fishing agreements with the nation, and providing comprehensive foreign aid that touches every sector of Tuvalu. Tuvalu recognizes each of Taiwan and China's motivations for foreign aid. Taiwan is interested in diplomatic allies, while China has malicious motivations. Tuvalu recognizes the interests of the two as well. Taiwan's fishing hasn't caused any conflict with Tuvalu. China's interest in the Pacific has the potential to be very detrimental. As I mentioned, there's been a greater increase in bilateral trade between China and Tuvalu compared to Taiwan and Tuvalu, but no effect on the diplomatic decision. And in terms of external influence, there is no influence from Australia or the US, but again, Australia must mutually agree with any defense engagements that Tuvalu wants to pursue. So to conclude, the factors that affect Tuvalu's diplomatic decision is that its foreign policy is more aligned with that of Taiwan. Tuvalu recognizes China's malicious motivations for foreign aid and its interests in the region and the perceived financial risk of engaging with China. The shortcomings of my research is that I solely looked at sources in English, so expanding that into Chinese or Tuvaluan may provide greater insights. And avenues for future research including the local perspective on the Taiwan-China competition in the Pacific and exploring Kiribati's 2019 decision to recognize China, as Kiribati and Tuvalu have a shared past. So that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I would remind you that we're hoping to have plenty of time for questions and discussions. So please keep a note of your questions as we're going along. Our third presentation is another joint presentation. We'll be hearing from 2 colleagues from ANU, Miranda Forsyth and Sinclair Dinnan. And the title of this presentation is Community Rule and Order Making in Melanesia. Sinclair, the floor is yours.
Bulavanaka, and good morning, everyone. This is a joint presentation relating to some ongoing research that Miranda and I have been doing for several years now. It's part of an Australian Research Council discovery project, which is looking at what we're calling community order making or community rule making. And really what we're doing is that we're doing fieldwork across different parts of the Pacific Islands, looking at order making beneath the state. We're obviously sort of concerned with, how the state sort of reaches down, but we're also finding that in many places, the presence and influence of the state is fairly minimal. And this is particularly so in the Melanesian parts of the Pacific that we have done a lot of work on over the years. So we've done sort of field work in relation to this project in Papua New Guinea, in Bougainville, in Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and a little bit in Fiji. And because we have very limited time, we've brought a couple of papers which really sort of summarize what, I'll give a little bit more detail and flesh out what we're going to be presenting on today. So we'll leave those for anyone who wishes to have a look at them. No. Okay, so our research questions, I guess, can be summarized in the following way. How do governance and security arrangements at the most local levels emerge and take on the form that they do? So really sort of pretty fundamental social order problems, social order issues, social order questions. And why do some of these innovations, changes that we see happening really across the region, some of them thrive? Why do some of them, survive? But why do some of them not get off the ground in the first place? And then why do others sort of go along for a certain period of time and then sort of collapse? So we're looking at processes of governance. We're looking at governance as a process rather than a sort of condition that is arrived at and that's it forever. We're looking at how people put together sort of social order, particularly at this very local level. And the rulemaking sort of element that we're concerned about is the fact that often the processes of social order making or community order making entail the making of what people refer to as laws, often referred to as community laws. But generally speaking, those laws have no national status in terms of the national legal system. So they're informal laws. But essentially what we're seeing is non-states sort of acting as states. Beneath the state, often sort of operating in relative isolation, but also often reaching out to external actors, including state actors, and engaging with them in fairly sort of interesting and innovative ways. So that's the sort of broad canvas that we're sort of working on. We are both sort of socio-legal scholars who, if you like, are socialized into thinking of social order very much in terms of states and different bits of states that have different responsibilities for example, policing, for other aspects of regulation like the settling of disputes in courts. What we're looking at really is the underneath of things and what happens at that sort of sub-state level in relation to those state-like activities. Why is local or community governance so important? Well, I think one of the things that we're seeing in many of the most troubled parts of the region, and again, talking primarily about the Melanesian sort of Pacific states, is that many of the sort of manifestations of problem of issues of violence, of issues of conflict, whilst they reflect a lot of deficiencies around the state, they also often reflect a collapse of community, a breaking down of community. And that often is not part of the narrative about how these problems are actually sort of explained. And our research really sort of focuses in on how communities try to resolve these problems at that very local level in relation to a sort of crisis of community by often reshaping themselves in incredibly inventive ways. And that's where the lawmaking often emerges as a significant aspect of that community building. But it's not solely lawmaking. Often the lawmaking entails the creation of many forms of sort of dialogue through committee systems. And what we've been observing is an efflorescence of activity happening beneath the state that is often invisible for those who sort of are looking out and seeing like a state. And so what we are trying to do with our research is to bring that to the table as a really significant aspect of, if you like, state formation that is often completely missed, but is nevertheless absolutely critical to addressing some of the really important issues that that has sort of driven these sort of changes. And everywhere that we're looking, we are seeing examples of new forms of governance that are occurring at these very local levels. These are pictures from Papua New Guinea, and they reflect new sort of innovations around sort of community governance that in the highlands of PNG, where this picture is sort of taken, there is endemic conflict in many parts of the most densely populated parts of PNG. And people are not just sort of sitting down waiting for solutions to come from outside. They are actually often engaged in really sort of quite creative attempts to address these problems of insecurity, lack of connection to the state. And this is a sort of example of that. Because we're in Fiji, and we have been doing some work in Fiji and continue to do some interviewing in Fiji this week, we've been looking at a number of urban sort of communities in the Suva-Nassori sort of corridor and looking at what we call order making that's going on there. And that is rather different to what we're seeing elsewhere. It's often, you know, very elaborate sort of statements of rules that apply in particular settlements. Here's an example from Jitu Estate, not very far away from here. And the element of state that is involved in that, that has been a very active player, have been the community police. And we've seen police taking a leading role in many of these sort of innovations in different parts of the sort of Pacific. Another example from rural Solomon Islands, this is a very different kind of community. And what we're seeing in the Solomon Islands, very similar to Vanuatu, some parts of Papua New Guinea, is the sort of bringing together of different forms of authority, church authority, state authority, and custom authority, and that informing the production of these kinds of rules, which are often very performative in statement. This is an example of a community where, if you like, church authority is the kind of dominant form of authority. It's a sort of enclosed community, a very small community, and you can see a lot of the sort of provisions up there are kind of moral rules that the sort of leaders of that community consider to be particularly sort of significant in maintaining sort of order. Now, I'm going to hand you over to Miranda, who's going to sort of continue, and then we can move into a bit of a kind of theoretical discussion.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. The next example that we have is from urban Solomon Islands, and this is Green Valley community. So you can't actually see, but just where the intersection where you come into Green Valley community is a special police post that has been built as part of this new initiative with the introduction of the bylaws that came about a couple of years ago. And that is manned by local volunteers, both men and women, who are there every night. And they go out on patrols and they bring in people who are causing problems. And they've they've developed quite close relationships with the local police as well. In what was once called a red zone, it's now very much a green zone. And I was speaking with the shopkeeper here whose shop is also in that central area. And she was saying that before the bylaws, it was very difficult for her to stay open after dark. But nowadays she can, she feels quite safe. So the local police were also saying that, whereas previously in the urban uprisings, the boys from Green Valley were often very much part of that. In the last uprising, they weren't there. And when we spoke with the leaders, they said, well, they'd been going around and doing a lot of talking and saying, Green Valley, we've changed now. We're no longer like that. We're an ordered community. And so they didn't participate. And as well in PNG, up in the Highlands, we found a number of examples as well. So Gore community has had their bylaws that they introduced to try to address tribal fighting and sorcery accusation related violence about a decade ago. And they've been having quite significant success. In Jawaka as well, there's been communities that have introduced these laws, often with the help of local NGOs. And that was a very successful initiative. It was then being expanded into the Western Highlands. Unfortunately, before the US funding that was supporting that was abruptly withdrawn. So they've had to stop and I suppose see if this efflorescence comes up through local community leaders. So we've been also, as academics, trying to theorize and make sense of what we've been seeing. And we've really been conscious of the fact that it is very cyclical, the way in which these new forms of innovation arise. And yet, they also refer back to the past. So people will refer to their bylaws, but say, it was a little bit like when the British were here and we had the community bylaws, but then also there's elements of custom. So there's the cycles of rulemaking that occurs, but then there's also these patterns of disruption that occur. And so in looking for a theoretical model, we looked at this notion of an adaptive cycle, which has been developed by those who have been looking at explaining these kind of similar patterns, both in ecosystems, but also in businesses as well, where you have these very distinct patterns where things emerge and grow and become institutionalized. Then you have forms of collapse. And then the question is really, how do you respond to those periods of collapse? Can you recreate yourself? Can you become resilient and start again? And you're always starting not at the same place, but at a different place. And it's also very important that often what's happening at a community level happens also within one of these adaptive loops that's happening at a national level as well. And so we're really trying to explore this concept, which is called panarchy, where you have got these different adaptive cycles that are all moving together, often at different phases. So in terms of using those different forms of the adaptive cycle, we've got 4 questions that we use to try to understand the different factors that we're seeing in our fieldwork. What drives the emergence of these governance innovations? A number of different factors, but 3 of them we can really highlight. The limited or episodic state presence and service provision. So it's really necessary for a lot of these communities to exercise governance because no one else is doing it. And they often really hope that by doing this, then they're drawing the attention of the state and getting the support, particularly of the police force. Social crises as well, the rise of marijuana, steam, kwaso, particularly, all forms of drug abuse amongst the youth. Have I got... Oh, okay. And then there's a really important role being played by efficacious individuals or institutions. The new orders are being institutionalized through, these bylaws, which are often then displayed above communities. There are often contestation and disruption that occur. And the two big factors that we've really identified are economic pressures that compete with the bylaw objectives. You know, actually making illegal alcohol is a really important way of generating cash for a lot of people. And so it's very difficult to convince them to give that up unless you find alternative economic generating activities. And also unmet expectations of state support. So sometimes the state, particularly the police, will encourage communities to set up their bylaws, but if they are not there to support them, it can give rise to disillusionment. And then finally, when disruptions occur, you know, what leads to resilience? We find that practices of accommodation, really where you've got both leaders and communities that are willing to work together to find new ways forward, not to be rigid about things, where there are inclusive and participatory approaches. For example, when the youth are involved in developing these bylaws and in working out how to police them, it seems to be more successful, and where they really produce tangible benefits as well. Okay, I might leave it there, and we're happy to ask questions. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Miranda. And as Sinclair pointed out, Miranda and Sinclair have a couple of short papers that cover this work, so they'll be making those available. Let's thank Sinclair and Miranda for their presentation. Thank you. Okay, last but certainly not least, we're going to hear from Joel Nilon, also from the Australian National University. He's presenting on behalf of himself and Sione Tekiteki from Auckland University of Technology. The title of this presentation is A Blue Pacific Rules-Based Order, Our Rules, Our Home. Okay, Joel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be back in Suva, Fiji. I just want to say thank you to the conference organizers for accepting Sione and my paper. At the risk of time, I'll get straight into it. The title of our paper is Blue Pacific Rules-Based Order, Our Home, Our Rules, and just want to start by probably echoing the High Commissioner earlier this morning by saying, I guess Sione and I too feel intimidated by being in a room full of academics. We're both very new to academia, but we've been, I guess, practitioners at the regional level for some time. Both Sione and I just recently completed stints at the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. And so I guess the observations we have to share today and, you know, through this work we're doing on a Pacific rules-based order, we just want to say up front that it's based more on practice and experience and observation, more than it is from scholarly analysis. And I guess one of the things we've learned from our time, our short time in academia is compared to practice, you know, in practice in politics, you know, working at the regional political and policy level, everything is urgent. And you know, you're sort of going from one meeting to the next, writing one policy paper to the next, and you're trying to really just churn and keep your head above water. Academia is a bit different, we're finding. There's so much luxury, Sinclair and Miranda, to sit down and have a coffee and think about things. Got a lot of time to be sort of removed from the sort of coalface of decision making. And so I think for us, there's a policy and scholarly sort of gap that we feel can be bridged. It's important for academia to understand the time constraints and all sorts of other political constraints that policymakers and leaders are under. And similarly for policymakers and decision makers, it's important to know that there are institutions like the USP. There are institutions like CSIS and, of course, ANU and plenty of others through which, you know, there's good evidence base research that can help to inform and shape decision makings. And sometimes it's important to take that, evidence on board, even when it might be at odds with our ideological or even, geopolitical or strategic position. And so I guess between Sione and I, over the course of our time at the regional level, we have attended many regional meetings. And I think we've observed at that practice and political level that everything, everything is driven by strategic and political interest. And I know probably at the scholarly and academic level, at the analytical level, that is a point everyone understands. But I think we observe it, and we have observed it from the practice level, from the policy level, and whether it's countries of the Pacific Islands Forum, whether it's our traditional partners, whether it's our non-traditional partners, newer partners into the region, whether it's the framing of Indo-Pacific or Belt and Road, what have you. I mean, we observe that there are no neutralities at the regional political level in terms of regional governance. Everything is framed by geopolitical motive. Everything is framed by geopolitical interest. And one thing for the Pacific is that, there's a lot of discussion, particularly when you see framings like the Indo-Pacific, like, what you might see through other alternatives to that, maybe like the Belt and Road Initiative, that are discussing the Pacific and discussing what the Pacific ought to look like. But the Pacific itself isn't so engaged in that conversation. And so it's our observation that there needs to be more opportunity for the Pacific itself to be really asserting, its position at the regional level, of course, but the sort of geopolitical order that is, we would observe, shapes and orders the Pacific in certain ways. And so, this work around establishing a Pacific rules-based order is really an attempt, from our perspective, to really understand the forces and the influences that shape what the Pacific looks like, in terms of a higher level strategic order that frames and shapes the Pacific, and whether and how the Pacific itself can be sort of more engaged in that ordering, at least of its own region. So, there are many strategic framings here in the Pacific, including that, based on the Indo-Pacific. And there's also the maintenance of a rules-based order that is motivated by, a number of different sort of strategic interests and reasons. For some, the rules-based order is about the maintenance of, global power and the US, primacy in that global system and order. For others, it's about protection of ideological values, particularly liberal and democratic values. For others, the international rules-based order is about the maintenance of the UN Charter and the protection of human rights. For others, the rules-based order is about sort of rebalancing global power through international law and through other means. And for us, again, a key observation is that all of these framings through the international rules-based order have implications on how the Pacific is ordered and how it's shaped and how it's determined. We see this through a security lens. We see this through an economic lens. We see this through even the way that donors and development partners interact with the Pacific. And if we look at the work that the Pacific does to engage in the international rules-based order, of course, there is an ultimate reliance on the multilateral system for the Pacific to promote all of the interests that it has as a collective. This includes, of course, climate change agenda, including the case before the International Court of Justice, interpreting the permanency of our maritime zones and the preservation of statehood in the face of sea level rise, even some of our greatest achievements through Pacific regionalism, like the Treaty of Rarotonga to establish a nuclear-free Pacific, Pacific leadership in establishing SDG 14 on the oceans. All of these actions that the Pacific has taken as a collective really rely on the confidence and the authenticity of the international rules-based order. And so while there are parts of the rules-based order that need reforming, for Pacific nations, this order and the multilateral system is really at the heart of our Pacific diplomatic efforts to pursue our priorities. And of course, the climate agenda is part of that. But what happens when the international rules-based order starts to face the sort of pressure and change like it never has before, as we are seeing now with the way that the US is withdrawing from certain elements of the UN system, where our ability to rely on a robust and authentic rules-based order starts to be sort of under question and under threat. It really starts to place some difficulties and challenges on our strategy as a region to rely on, again, the authenticity of this international rules-based order to pursue the things that are important to us. And we also want to say that when it comes to the Pacific itself, there have always been ways that external partners have chosen to frame our region. And again, we've observed from a practice level in ways that reflect their own interests. And we've seen that play out in real sort of world ways through dialogues, through engagement, whether that be at the highest political levels, at sort of summits, whether that be through security and economic agreements that our Pacific Island countries sign on with their partners. But of course, apart from these external framings, the Pacific has its own way of understanding and seeing and framing its own region. It's been most recently, I guess, expressed in the coining of the Blue Pacific narrative and the Blue Pacific continent that forum leaders have been talking about for some time. And probably the Pacific Islands Forum has tried to sort of consolidate and bring that framing together in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. I guess for us, at the heart of our argument is that for this framing and for the idea of the Blue Pacific narrative or the 2050 strategy to have any tangible impact, it needs to be couched in the desire for agency to be able to operate within the structure and the order that we find in the Pacific. Whether that is framed by the Indo-Pacific or other frames, whether that's through the international rules-based order and the way that shapes security, economic, environmental, resource regimes and actions. And also for the Blue Pacific continent to have a tangible impact, it must be pursued with like-minded and like-valued partners that help us to build a sense of our collective agency. So the problem is not what the global order ought to look like. The problem for us is how can the Pacific really establish its own sense of what its order and what its rules should be so that it has the collective ability to engage with the broader global order around us. And at the heart of our argument is that the Pacific, really needs to move on beyond, frames of Pacific regionalism, strategies of Pacific regionalism, to something that looks more like an institutionalized set of rules that guide how we protect our continent and how partners interact with us in the region. And in short, we're saying if you're here and interacting and here in our region, then here is the set of rules that you abide by. Here's the Pacific rules-based order that you guide by. And we contend that this is a necessary evolution in Pacific regionalism that we need to engage in a world that is becoming a sort of survival of the fittest, where countries are turning inward, where we can't trust the authenticity and the robustness of the international rules-based order. This is really about being able to protect and assert our interests as a region. And so, when we look at the international rules-based order, of course, we know that there is a regime of formal processes and systems and agreements that reflect shared objectives and values, all of which have their basis in international law and are put into effect through the global multilateral system. Of course, the Indo-Pacific similarly has its own sort of set of rules that sort of focus on things like freedom of navigation, a free and open Indo-Pacific. And so we're sort of contending that we need here in the Pacific something that is a bit more like a formal regime of rules that needs to sort of consolidate around our shared interests. Without something that is coherent and consolidated, it becomes difficult for us to continue to assert and negotiate and engage with our partners from a position of coherence, from a position of strength, from unity. Now, it's true to say that we're definitely not starting from scratch when it comes to thinking about rules. There's all sorts of regional agreements, declarations, treaties that really form the basis of what we could think about. I think rather than thinking about the format for now, I think for us the important thing is to recognize we need to make an evolution and a shift from strategy and narrative to something that is a bit more concrete as a region. Our collective sense of what our rules are and what our priorities are needs to be articulated and sort of set out in far more concrete terms. And this is to also help us navigate the uncertainty that we find around us. There's all sorts of areas where we can, continue to establish rules into the future. Those sort of relate to our sort of climate change and the ocean. Also, for those of us who have been, seeing and understanding that leaders will be considering an Ocean of Peace declaration, which will talk about principles to help manage geopolitical competition and the potential for conflict that might arise. For us, something like the Ocean of Peace reflects something of a rule that could really assist the region to assert and protect not only our space but also our sovereignty. But I think I see our moderator protecting her rules and the time. This is an incremental process, and this is a political process. This is about really establishing a regime of agreements and arrangements to protect our sort of sovereignty and our interests. And we can't continue to do that when we operate at only the strategic and sort of narrative and rhetorical level at the regional level. We need to start to sort of move towards something that is far more robust and far more sort of based in international law as well. So I'll leave it there, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joel. So I'm going to invite all of the speakers to come and take a seat behind me so that everyone can see your lovely faces for Q&A. While they're doing that, I would invite members of the audience to warm up your vocal cords. So engage with the person sitting next to you, road test question, introduce yourself if you haven't already. And we will get straight into Q&A. We've got about 20 minutes. Now, there are some rules. There are more rules for Q&A. When you ask a question, please ensure that you introduce yourself so that our panelists know who they're responding to. Please indicate which panelist or pair of panelists your question is addressed to. Please make sure you are asking a question. Save comments for over lunch. If you have two questions, please pick your favorite question now. Okay, let me get my seat and then we'll get going. Okay, we might take 2 or 3 questions together in the interests of time. So if we can take this one first.
I'd just like to thank the panelists. My name is Chopit Tarai. Sorry, Chopit Tarai from ANU. My question is directed to, John. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I was just wondering if you could clarify and define, for the purposes of research, what does malicious mean when you reference China as having malicious intention? Does that, I was thinking off the top of my head, does that mean undermining sovereignty? Because it's a bit confusing in that regard. And just very quickly to Joel, in terms of rules-based order, I wonder, what are your thoughts about the Falipili Union? Because you mentioned about strengthening sovereignty and the contentions of Article 4 in undermining the sovereignty of Tuvalu. And I think there's a particular intersection between these two presentations. So just cheekily, sorry, those 2 questions.
Yes, please observe the rule about only asking 1 question. Who else has 1 question? Down here.
Hello, my name is Patrick. I'm a creative artist in Fiji. I'm based in Suva. My question is also directed at John, is it? It's regarding the China versus Taiwan foreign policy for Tuvalu. I noticed you didn't have a slide on climate change and how directly impactful their aid is on measures to address rising sea levels for Tuvalu. I know through media followings that China is famous for creating artificial islands, and whether your research covered that as well. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can take 1 more question for this grouping. If there's one ready to go, this lady here, please.
My question is to Alexander Rennie from ABC. My name is Rose Amos. I'm from NBC PNG. My question is, your presentation was on traditional media. So with the influx of social media and AI in the region, how do you see traditional media sort of competing or withstand this the new trend of media, the AI with AI in the region? That's one. My second question is just your comment.
No, I'm going to, sorry, we don't have time for people to make comments. Please grab any of these fabulous people over lunch and share with them your thoughts. Thank you, Rose, for your understanding. Okay, so we might go to John first. There are 2 for you, one in relation to clarifying the use of malicious intention and the other about climate change. And then we'll go to Joel next about the Falipili Union, and then Alex on traditional media versus AI.
All right, thank you so much for your question. In terms of malicious motivations, clarifying what I meant is that they have, like, China has malintent in some of their engagements and how they're providing foreign aid. Like, what does China want to get out of their foreign aid or interest in the Pacific? The exploitation of resources from the Pacific compared to China, what I had talked about is to get a UN vote. And in terms of climate change, yes, I did touch on it, and I wish I had more time, in my research, I wish I had more time to talk about it. So I didn't get to talk about some of the pictures that I included just for time's sake, but one of the pictures is when I worked with TUCAN, the Tuvalu Climate Action Network. My former boss, he's like, let's go talk to Andrew. We want to get some, funding for Toucan staff to travel to Kiowa Island in Fiji for a climate conference. We walked right over there, no meeting, scheduled already, walked right in, and Andrew gave some funding for, to attend this climate conference in Kiowa. And also in terms of climate change, from Taiwanese foreign aid, Taiwan has funded 3 community gardens. Food security is very important in the Pacific, especially in Tuvalu. 59% of the adult population is considered obese in Tuvalu, and that's from unhealthy imported processed foods. So Taiwan has provided an opportunity there. And then, yeah, I mean, I'll save it there, but like generally Taiwan has done a lot, and very strong ally and have done a lot for Tuvalu. Thank you.
Thank you, Chope, for the question. I mean, I think just to answer, I mean, Sione and I guess we would say we've sort of spent a lot of time at the Pacific Islands Forum. While there, we've probably drunk the Kool-Aid at the regional level, so to speak. We believe that the forum was sort of birthed out of the sort of post-independence time and sort of movement. And sovereignty, is something that most of the members of the Pacific Islands Forum, possess and guard jealously. And we probably believe and feel that the consolidation of sovereignty is an option for being able to address our security, our economic, our development challenges. And we would just probably like to say that, if there are any countries that are considering entering into arrangements where they might feel they need economic or development or security support, but which might have some implications for their sovereignty, that there is other ways, to address those limitations or those shortcomings. I mean, Stephen, in the presentation this morning, shows us that there's all sorts of economic opportunities that exist without having to go too far into labor mobility route. If you work together, if you think about how to consolidate your economies, your natural resources, labor mobility can be just a stepping stone to more longer term economic independence. And if we think like that, and we understand the opportunities that consolidating and even integrating, the ways that we can work together, then there are other options, other than, what some of our countries feel they might have to do. And so just hopefully that answers the question.
Thanks, Joel. Alex, you or Prashant, who wants to take the question from Rose, which was on how traditional media can maintain its position with the rise of AI.
Thank you, Rose, for the question. There's a lot of questions that we get, and I mean, just putting on my PACMES team leader cap. A lot of local media partners in the 12 countries that we operate in have a lot of concerns, and they've also asked for support and even on the use of AI technology, if possible. So PACMES has to indeed facilitate those conversations. I can remember, I think, a couple of you who were at the PINA conference last year, ABCID did organize for an AI expert to do a presentation last year to the Pacific Islands News Association conference in Niue. But there's a lot of caution as well from the newsrooms around the region, traditional media. When I was with the Samoa Observer in 2023, the paper started using AI, but only for quiz. We used AI to generate quiz for our readers. But not in news, because we were quite specific. We wanted all our content to be generated by reporters, not by AI. I'll revert to my colleague Prashant to give some details on the findings of the recent State of the Media report.
Thanks, Alex. And just very quickly, I think our findings echo what Alex has sort of said, in that generally media practitioners had more of a conservative approach towards using AI. And when AI was used, it was typically used in relation to making certain processes easier to do. So whether it be time management or, for example, coming up with key themes from an article, AI was used, but not so much in the production of outputs for publication. And I think there is a lot of growth opportunity, of course, but the overarching finding around AI in the media sector was that generally we found a more conservative approach across the 12 countries studied. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got time for a couple more questions. So we've got one up here. And this lady over here, please. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Michael, ANU. My question is to the ABC guys. Did any one of the respondents you've spoken to talk about the role of government? And I'm from Papua New Guinea, and the PNG government shut down Facebook for 48 hours, and then they fired two senior journalists for having politicians who gave a different view of the narrative that the government was pushing. And if we go down the road of, traditional media is more reliable, how about the role of government?
Thank you. And I think this will be our final question over here.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you, panel members. My name is Aulola Ake. I am from SPC, but I'm really just here as a woman of the Pacific of Tongan and Fijian descent. Some really interesting conversations coming out of the panel discussions, and I wanted to thank the panel members for sharing your research and insights. My question is to Joel and Sunatek some really interesting for me, coming into this regionalism landscape or ecosystem, as it's often been called, and understanding what is already in existence, so looking at the 2050 strategy, has to me always been kind of like the standard and the values of the collective Pacific. So it's been kind of nice to hear perhaps what you have, you and Sentek have seen from your experience as what is limiting and what are the limitations around that. My question is, in both your experiences being with PIFs and also engaging in this at this level, have leaders or is there a movement towards wanting this kind of rules-based order? And I only ask that because I see in the space that I work in, gender equality, countries have moved towards sub-regional groupings. And for me, part of it is one, trying to better connect upwards towards the regional, but it could also be seen as perhaps countries are feeling like they're more stronger when they're in sub-regional groupings. And just thinking about the diversity of the Pacific, if we were to move towards, engaging in that kind of rules-based order, has there been, in your experience, a call out or more general leaning towards that in recent years, and especially after COVID, maybe? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we might start with that question, Joel, if you want to take it.
Thank you very much for the question. I think the answer is both. I think leaders, really cherish the sub-regional groupings that they, belong to and operate in. I think there's opportunities for them to prosecute and, advance specific sub-regional, issues and interests that are really, exist at the sub-regional level, at MSG level, Melanesian sort of spearhead group level. There are, trade and security and certain arrangements that make sense. That level for the Polynesian leaders group, that they've had, really robust discussion about, telecommunication and these sort of things and cultural solidarity. But I do think leaders are looking for ways to be able to navigate the geopolitical uncertainty that they find themselves in, and be able to, despite some of the disunity of the recent past, I think that there is a special place for the region. I think leaders have accepted that despite national and sub-regional ways of operating, that there is something important about coming together as a region. I guess we see that practically in climate change, again in some negotiating in the ocean space as well. But I think they are looking for something that allows them to take the negotiation of their collective interest to the next level. Some of the proposals that have been put, forward through the forum in the past may not have met their satisfaction, just the way that they've been framed and couched. But Sione and I are hoping we have a winner here in the in the rules-based order. So thank you.
Thank you. Before I hand over to the ABC guys, I am going to break my own rules and say that I will take one more question, but only if it's for Sinclair and Miranda. So if you have a question for them, okay, we'll hear from the ABC guys first, and then we'll come to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your question on the role of the government. So I'll speak to the findings, and Alex will provide some real empirical evidence on his experience as well. Based on our findings, we found the role of government to be sort of a double-edged sword, really. In smaller, and I'm speaking in a regional context here, in smaller nations as well, where media rely heavily on government grants as well, government advertising. So there's that line of dependence, but at the same time, we found sort of a key desire to also be independent. And I think there's always going to be an uneasy relationship there as well, because in part, their connection with the government is also attributing to their sustainability. And how would you sort of, build that independence? It's sort of a long, we can go on for quite a long time in terms of discussing this, but it did come up, to answer your question, it did come up in most of the countries. Obviously, we looked at the legislative environment in which media operate as well, and they differ quite significantly from country to country as well. And that obviously impacts media freedom. The other point that I want to quickly mention that might be quite interesting is in certain countries in Pacific countries with heavily regulated media environments, we also found that journalists themselves often had a bit of a moment of questioning their own identity as journalists as well, and whether they were public servants or they were media practitioners. And I think that deserves a greater unpacking, perhaps beyond the scope of this research, which was really to sort of map out the state of the media and have that sort of, and in many ways to sort of foster these conversations that are coming out of it. But I'll pass it to Alex.
Thank you, Prashant, and thank you, Mr. Kabuni, for asking the question. I will have to take off my PACMIS cap now and speak as a Papua New Guinean journalist having practiced for over 20 years. It's very unfortunate with the two sackings of the talkback show host, as well as another reporter from MTV last month. I think I was the editor for the Post-Courier before I moved to Samoa, and there's a lot of flexibility that the media have to report in mainstream, but in private-owned media rather than in government-owned media. And this comes back to the comment by my colleague Prashant on the dependency on government grants to fund their operations. So you're kind of split into as to where your affiliations, where your loyalty lies. But that is not to say that what happened last month in PNG was acceptable. FM 100 has always set the benchmarks in terms of talkback show and allowing ordinary Papua New Guineans to call in by phone to contribute ideas and to hold government to account in terms of the diverse conversations and debate that FM 100 hosts. It's unfortunate what happened. I think there's a need for more media literacy in Papua New Guinea, but not only in PNG, but in wider Pacific. I think government needs to take more ownership of putting out and talking about the role that the media plays in a democratic process, and how there should be a sense of appreciation that reporters and journalists continue to do in exercising their mandates as reporters. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll hear from this gentleman here, which is a question for Sinclair and Miranda.
My name is Kay Melo. I am from Papua New Guinea, University of Papua New Guinea. My question is that I love your work, basically because I live in a community and I'm also involved with what you're doing. It can become quite effective if the state gives recognition to the community, what we call the community development committees. So I'm just asking, I know your work is still in progress. How far have you come in getting the state to recognize your findings?
Thank you. That's a great point. And you know, as Joel pointed out, as academics, we're on this very slow progress. So I think we have now our policy findings, which are really that we do need to think about community rulemaking as a process. We do need to understand that there will be times when it is under threat, and that is particularly when resources need to be channeled to it. So at the moment, there's so much emphasis always put to the start of projects, and then they just do tend to collapse, and we've seen this again and again. So our main policy recommendation, when we're getting to the end of this project, is really to try to think about how to, if you like, drip feed the support for this kind of community resilience. I think Sinclair is there.
Yeah, I mean, just reflecting and echoing what Miranda is saying, I mean, one of the places where I think what we've been talking about has actually been taken up in a kind of more serious manner, possibly than anywhere else, is actually in Bougainville, where Bougainville has sort of come out of this traumatic event and has sought to actually reimagine governance in a very, very different way to the system of governance that operated prior to that. I mean, the problem, of course, is the lack of resources, but they've actually sort of developed a system of community governance which recognizes community lawmaking as a legitimate aspect of governance. And another sort of source of resonance, if you like, or point of resonance with what Joel was actually saying, it's really about building cohesion and coherence across difference. And that cannot be done solely from the top down. And what we're seeing is, and it varies a great deal in different places, the creation of these sort of nodes of governance that are able to sort of bring together, different sort of communities, often through these new sort of systems that are trying to connect very openly with state systems that sort of operate up there but never actually reach down. So in a way, it is a process of state formation that was never sort of completed. And that this is actually sort of people at the bottom saying, well, listen, we have all the ideas, we know how to do this. And it's really a question of how can they meet in the middle? And that's the big challenge. But there are some places where that's happening more effectively than others.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I would invite you to thank the panel for their contributions. Thank them for sharing their time and their thinking. And that brings this session to a close. I think lunch is next.
alone,
I
right?
know she's very busy, so.
We have received an apology from one of the presenters, Mirioni Tavaka Turanga, who was supposed to present on empowering Kiribati women through entrepreneurship, kindling Kiribati and PPAC program. So we have an apology from one of the presenters, but that leaves probably some extra minutes for the current presenters. So we are going to go as per the order of the program. We'll have Mineta going up first, then Naohiro, followed by Sione. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mineta to present her work on significance of youth awareness of domestic violence laws in PNG and the Pacific. And Mineta comes from the University of Papua New Guinea. Mineta, floor is yours. While she's setting up, just a gentle reminder that we are going to have all the three presentations, and then we'll go Q&A at the very end for the remaining 30 minutes. So please keep your questions in hand, and then we'll have a good discussion towards the very end. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Bulavinaka, and hello, na avinun loyu pelaugeta. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Mineta Kakarere, and I am a teaching fellow. I'm not a student from the University of Papua New Guinea. And I teach in the political science department, specifically a course called Gendered Politics. So this is the presentation. My presentation will be on this topic, the significance of youth awareness of domestic violence laws in Papua New Guinea and the Pacific. So this is more or less like a follow-on research from my Bachelor of Arts with Honors degree, in Papua New Guinea as well. So this research is also available on Development Policy blog, as well as the one that I did for my postgraduate, and that is the factors that instigated intimate partner violence in Port Moresby, which is the capital city of Papua New Guinea. So you can also find that on online. Okay, so basically this research that I did was more or less like it was like an evidence that I needed for this particular project, awareness project that I was working with JICA in Papua New Guinea to do awareness on this issue in the local schools and communities. So what I basically wanted to do was engage my students, third-year political science students, to carry out awareness on these issues or these topics or the laws in the local schools or communities. So thank you to the Pacific Update Committee for selecting my paper to present this year. So this is basically the research aim. So just to understand why or where the young people in Port Moresby, what do they think about this issue? More specifically, if they know about the laws around these issues, as well as the services that are available for victims, how to access these particular services, and where to access them. Because the information's available, but there are some challenges that make it impossible for the people to have access to this information around this issue. So that was basically the aim of the research this research. So this is just a brief methodology. So the research was conducted in the media of 2023. So 250 youths between the ages of 13 to 25 years old were interviewed or we're the targeted audience. So why I chose this particular group of people is because according to the United Nations, UNFPA, United Nations Funds for Population Activities 2021, this particular age group made up 60% of the population. So I saw that it was important to understand where they stand on this particular issue, because the future of all countries depends on the young people. So because they are agents of change as well as agents of destruction if there's no good help given to them. So the study included all the youths were both male and female, equal number of male students, youths, and unemployed, employed, and students also participated in this research, and also participants from different ethnical backgrounds also participated. So the research method was more or less interviews and questionnaires. So we had to go out in communities, talk to like young people during the weekends, or we also went to some schools with the help of a few of my students to conduct this study. So the analysis, thematic analysis was used in this research. And the limitation was that the study was only conducted in Perth Moresby. And yeah, if it was opened up, I guess the results would change as well. So these are the findings. Sorry, Chair, if do I have 12 minutes or 20 minutes? Okay, thank you. So, so the figure 1, so one of the questions was to see the perception or what they think about violence in the relationship. So one of the questions was, is it okay, or do you think it's appropriate to inflict violence on your spouse in a relationship? So the data shows that 89.6% of the youth said that or believed that it was not appropriate, and 8.4% said that it was, yes, appropriate, and 2% said both yes and no. Okay, so this in itself is a positive indication among the young people. So the no responses, basically their reasons were because it is not in line with the laws in the country, or yes, so it's against the laws in the country. So most of them said that, it's not right because it's legally wrong. And also the other main reason was they believe that both men and women in the relationship have equal rights and should be respected. So inflicting violence on the other person meant, disrespecting the other person, the other partner. So that in itself I saw as, something positive among the younger generation, because, if they think like that, then 5 to 10 years time, that can always also change the narrative of this issue in Papua New Guinea. So the next data, or one of the research question was to understand if the youths were aware, or they had some knowledge of the laws around domestic violence in the country. And a follow-on question on that was if they shared this information to others in the community or in the family, so wherever they were. So data shows that 100, so out of the 250, so it's over 50%, that's 155 youths, said that, or they do know about the laws. They've read briefly about the laws around domestic violence, and the 83 of them, 83 of the youths that said that they did not know about the laws, they were also informed during the research that, there are laws in place. So they were also educated, which was, something good as well. And the 12 mentioned that as 12 of the participants did not answer this part of the question. So this also is a positive sign, because once youths are aware of these laws in place, it more or less shapes how they think, how they behave in a particular in the relationship, and more or less not resorting to violence, as if things do not work out or if there's some misunderstandings or disagreements. So that was something positive. So the next graph is about if the information was shared. Information about the laws was shared, and out of the 155 people, youths, 85 shared this information that there were laws available. So they shared it through social media, most of them. Some mentioned through formal conversations. So that would include in the classrooms during group classwork presentations. Those youths who were employed, they mentioned that, this was discussed during their workshop and training. So more or less, it was good or positive in the sense that, more conversation and discussion around this issue is ongoing among the young people, and which was, something great that I found out, and I was hopeful that, there could be some changes in the next 5 to 10 years. So the other part of the research asked the youths if they were aware that there was this particular service, help, assistance available. So the Family and Sexual Violence Unit is a unit that comes under the police departments in Papua New Guinea. So in not all stations, but some stations, police stations in the country, there's this particular unit that's established to specifically deal with issues relating to domestic violence or GBV, gender-based violence. So this is more or less like if the victims want to seek legal assistance of whatever that they're facing, this is the first place that they go to. So the research wanted to find out if the youths knew about this helpline or service in place, because like I mentioned during the introduction of the presentation, that most times there are services available, there are laws about this issue, but up until this day, a lot of people do not still know about this information. So anyways, so the research wanted to understand or see whether the youth know about this. And yes, so it shows that 78% of the youths know that, in some of the police stations, there's, family and sexual violence unit there. And for those who did not know, we also took the time to explain to them that, there is this, service available. So in the event that you or your family members are in a situation like this, you can always, seek help. And you don't always necessarily have to treat it as a private matter, because, these are public institutions set up to help. So domestic violence is no longer a private issue, but a public issue. So we also make that known to the the youths. So throughout the research as well, I would say the 250 youths were actually aware now that there's, service such as Family and Sexual Violence Unit available to help victims. And also, because in most of the youths, especially those who are students, as long as they know that there are services such as this available, they can always relay or share this message to their families, especially their parents who are not educated to that level and do not have access to such information like this. They can always inform and educate their parents on this as well. Okay, so the research also wanted to get the ideas or thoughts about how this issue of domestic violence can be addressed. at the community level. So majority of the youth mentioned that, one way to address this is more awareness in the communities. And the second highest was bringing the case to the police station or reporting the matter to the police station, especially for the victims. So most of them mentioned that more awareness in the community, because in the school, like some of them mentioned that in the school, we do talk about these issues and we're educated on this and why it's not appropriate to inflict violence in a relationship. And when we go home or when we're in the community, we see violence happening, we experience that. And, it's out of respect that, like sometimes we cannot tell our elder brothers and sisters or our parents to, stop the violence. So they actually wanted to emphasize more on the importance of community awareness so that they are, hopefully the mindsets of their parents and the older generation can change on this particular issue. Because they are, more or less faced in a dilemma that in school, they talk about one thing, and then at home, there's a different practice to it. So more emphasis was given on doing community awareness, doing community awareness on this issue, and targeting certain community groups and networks such as women's networks or youth sports groups or men's sports group, women's sports group, church groups as well. So these were some of the groups that they would like to see more awareness in there. Okay. All right, so that brings me to the end of my presentation. So in the research as well, I found out that there's little to not a lot of information sharing about this amongst the schools, amongst the schools. So especially in the schools. So the conclusion of my research was to, have more discussions, awareness about this issue in the local schools, primary and secondary schools or elementary schools, the lower education level. Why? Because education is a social conditioning tool that can aid to shape the minds and characters of students at a young age. Also because students spend most of the time at schools, hence will remember what they learn and practice it when they become of age. And such approaches will also foster a culture of gender equality, respect, and nonviolence among students, teachers, and other staff. So this is more or less a community approach. This is one way in which communities can also work together to address this issue at the community level. So how? So most times we hear, schools or groups talk about, or the government should do this, do that. But I feel like it's the responsibility of the school to actually be the ones reaching out to key organizations and service providers in this space to conduct awareness sessions for the students and for the staff. So we cannot, wait on wait for the government to do something. We just have to, whatever we can, wherever we can do, reach out and contribute to on this issue, especially in the schools. So on the whole, like I also see the importance of having like conversations around this issue, because most times back home, like, when you want to do awareness and when you want to talk about this issue, and as you see a woman standing in front and talking about this, like there's a misconception that, it's a woman's issue, so women are the ones taking leads. As more conversation around this topic amongst the youth, it will also, provide that avenue, or it will give that idea to the younger generation that it's not only a woman's issue, but it's both men and women's issue. So once they see, like, what I usually do is I tie in these awareness programs with assessments for my students. So the students have no choice but to conduct the awareness because it's part of the assessment. So, as they see, like male students standing up and talking about these laws or these, issues, like it also changes their, mindset that, oh, this is not only women's issues, so it's a men's it's an issue of national development. It's an issue of security concern as well that everyone needs to be educated on. So I also emphasize on, or I also believe that legal change is not enough. We need a cultural change in this, and cultural change happens when, young people or people in the community exposed to ideas such as this, or thoughts or new ways of thinking, and then it shapes how they see the world and further develop new cultures that more or less are in line with the legal laws around this issue, and furthermore contributing to peace and stability in the community and growth and development for the nation as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minata, for that very powerful presentation. Thank you. Next up, we have Naohiro. Naohiro, who's going to talk to us about his research looking into dietary patterns of Indo-Fijians and the comparison to patterns of I.T.S indigenous Fijians. Just a reminder again, please keep on making notes of the questions you might have. We are going to take all those towards the end of the third presenter. All yours.
Thanks. Yeah. This project started a few years back. Then I briefly present the findings. So this project aimed to document detailed dietary patterns of Indo-Fijians from a five-day dietary record. And also analyze dietary patterns of Indo-Fijians. Then previously, we also published one article on the same very similar objectives to with the I.T.S Fijians. Then this time we wanted to compare dietary patterns between Indo-Fijians and I.T.S Fijians. Then previous research on non-communicable disease in Fiji has relied on secondary data and only cover the consumption patterns of a few specific food types, such as carbohydrated drinks or vegetable or fruit intakes. But previous research really didn't cover the comprehensive dietary patterns of the population. Also, previous research in Fiji has been primarily focused on I.T.S Fijians, while Indo-Fijians have been overlooked. That's why we wanted to look at the Indo-Fijians dietary patterns as well. In Pacific Island countries, many similar research was done primarily with the 24-hour recall method, which requires the participants to recall what they ate over the past 24 hours. Then this method has some limitations, like sometimes participants do not correctly recall, or because this method relies on the participants' memory, sometimes participants do not disclose the correct information, like perhaps when they think they ate something not healthy, so they sometimes lie. So we wanted to overcome the limitations of this research method. That's why we employed a 5 dietary record method. There actually no previous research in the Pacific Island countries, no previous research in Fiji employed a 5 dietary record method. That as such, our project was one of the first in Fiji to look at the detailed dietary patterns of Indo-Fijians with the 5-day dietary record method. Then for this project, 5-day weighted dietary record method, which we recorded the food items and beverages amount and preparation method at the time of consumption for 5 consecutive days. Then data collection was done between October 2018 and December 2019. Then I must admit that that data was collected a little while ago. Then this conference is a Pacific update, but I'm kind of backdating you, so I have to apologize for that one. The reason for this is because I'm the basically a researcher with the qualitative methods. Then this was my first project to employ a quantitative approach. Then I was a little struggling to find out how data should be analyzed. Then for the data collection, one of the research assistants or myself stayed with or visited the participant's household multiple times a day to record every single meal over 5 consecutive days, including 3 weekdays and two weekend days. Then this is because the dietary patterns of the participants, particularly Pacific Islanders, sometimes substantially change between weekdays and weekend, because some people go to church on either on Saturday or Sunday. Then day after coming back from church, they eat a lot. That's why we included both 3 weekdays and 2 weekdays to account for individual variability. Then each meal, the amount of consumption, number per bowl or number per cup or number per spoon, means to cook, and means of the acquisition were recorded. Then sometimes participants in remote locations are requested to record information by themselves and send pictures and detailed information to the authors after each meal. Then here at this stage, I have to thank my research assistants who running around the community to visit every single house participants 3 times a day. Then they sometimes said that some participants are really cooperative. They didn't start eating until research assistants arrived, then took record. So I also have to thank the participants for cooperation. Then here, this table shows the background information of the participants. A total of 83 individuals, Indo-Fijians, participated. However, 11 had to be excluded from analysis because some of them were minors. Then because the ethics clearance only allowed us to collect the data from the adults. Then, as I said, the last slide, some participants were requested to record information. Then sometimes accuracy was the problem. For example, one participant recorded what they eat, sandwich, but they didn't specify what kind of sandwich they ate. So in terms of accuracy, we had to exclude 11 data sets. So total 70 data sets, individuals data sets were analyzed, multiplied by 3 meals, and 5 days, total 1,080 meal records. Then because the participants were randomly recruited, there is not much systematic structure to, distribution of the participants. Then one research assistant collected the data from the school teachers compound with some young children. That's why the relatively younger participants, the number of the younger participants large. Then also we measured the participants' height and weight. From there, we calculated each participant's BMI. But at this stage, we didn't find any strong correlation between BMI range and the participants' eating habit. Then here, this is the sample of the data recording. Then this is one of the best data sets done by one of the research assistants, recording what type of food they ate, then amount, then the cooking method, then the acquisition method, then also attach the picture. And sometimes pictures are missing. So as I said, this is one of the best data sets done by one of the research assistants. And also, participants are asked to state what kind of activities they did. Then here, analysis. As I said, this was the very one of the first project for myself with the quantitative approach. Then I was struggling to find out how the data set should be analyzed. So I decided to employ a very basic and conservative method, okay, without using any statistical analysis software like that, because I don't have skills. So using the Pacific Island food composition tables, which lists the nutrition value of every single food and cuisine. Then identified if the three major food groups in the Pacific context, in this case, carbohydrates or protein and vegetable fruits were taken in each meal. Okay? And counted frequencies. How many times each participant consumed carbohydrate, protein, and vegetable fruit. So this is a very basic method. Sorry, am I deleting this? Then here, first I show the count of carbohydrate and protein sources, endophagians. Then table on the left side shows the count of carbohydrate. Then right shows the count of protein sources. As you see, the participants, endophagian participants, hardly miss the consumption of carbohydrate from breakfast, lunch, dinner. Then looking at the protein, actually the protein, breakfast, about 2/3 of the participants did not consume protein, only relies on carbohydrate. Then lunch, the consumption of protein increases. Then dinner, majority participants actually consume protein sources. Then here, now I want to compare the count of carbohydrate sources and protein sources with Itauki Fijian participants. Okay. Then this table shows the count of carbohydrate sources among Itauki Fijians. Then for breakfast, Itauki Fijians hardly miss out. Okay. Lunch, again, hardly miss out. All the participants consumed carbohydrate. Same to dinner. Okay. Then come back to Indo-Fijians. Sometimes Indo-Fijians do not consume carbohydrate. Then sometimes they're going to fast. That's why they don't eat anything. But regarding the carbohydrate, there is not a substantial difference between Indo-Fijians and Itauki Fijians. Most of them just consume carbohydrate on each meal. Then now, compared to the Itauki Fijians regarding the protein sources, then this protein table shows the count of protein consumption among Itauki Fijians. Then here is the count of protein sources among Itauki Fijians. Breakfast, actually, majority participants do not consume protein sources. Then towards the lunch, dinner, consumption of protein sources increase. But during the data analysis, I found out that some participants only consume a cup of milk tea as a protein sources. Then particularly breakfast, such tendency is widely observed. I assumed that the only one cup of milk tea does not contain much protein. Then I decided to exclude such consumption patterns, then recount it. Then this is the total with adjustment of milk only. Then when we exclude the milk only pattern, dietary patterns, actually Itauki Fijians, majority of Itauki Fijians actually do not consume protein here. Then same pattern was also observed in lunch and dinner. Then come back to Indo-Fijians. Indo-Fijians protein sources consumption is much larger compared to Itauki Fijians. Okay. And this is our finding. Okay. Then from here, we find that Itauki Fijians substantially rely on carbohydrate sources. Okay. Then now we compare the dietary patterns between Indo-Fijians and Itauki Fijians. Okay. Indo-Fijians, the two major sources of carbohydrates were rice and flour. Flour is consumed as roti or bread, crackers, or instant noodles and wheat bix. Okay. Actually, Fiji does not widely grow rice. Now, some Indo-Fijians grow rice, but the majority of rice is imported, and flour is imported. So Indo-Fijians, in terms of carbohydrate sources, they are mostly imported sources. Then besides, fried curried potatoes and jackfruits are often consumed with rice or roti. Then among Indo-Fijian participants, root crops such as cassava and taro are rarely consumed. Itauki Fijians, the major source of carbohydrates observed are cassava, tapioca, or taro, rice, flour. The same flour is consumed as pancakes, bread, biscuits, pies, crackers, muffins, and instant noodles and breadfruits. Among these sources, cassava and taro and breadfruits were locally consumed, while rice and flour are mostly imported. Then cassava, among the Itaukei Fijians, cassava was by far the most widely consumed carbohydrate sources. Among the 525 participants, total of 2010 meals, 310 times cassava was consumed, followed by flour products and rice. And looking at the number, just again, cassava, breadfruit, and taro was locally produced. So Itaukei Fijians' carbohydrate sources are mostly local products. While flour and rice, imported carbohydrate sources are less consumed compared to locally produced foods. So here, traditional Itaukei carbohydrate sources, locally produced. Traditional Itaukei carbohydrate sources like cassava and breadfruit taro are more so consumed by Itaukei participants than case study communities. And now looking at the protein sources, Indo-Fijians, the sources of proteins include chicken, lamb, milk, and a variety of beans. Then some Indo-Fijians are vegetarians, but they consume beans. That's why they more frequently consume protein sources compared to Itaukei Fijians. Then eggs and fish were occasionally consumed. Then beef and pork were not consumed at all among the participants. While Itaukei Fijians, they consume tinned fish, mud crabs, fish, dal, and milk. And white eggs, chicken, red meats are rarely consumed. Then consumption count of protein sources for breakfast. 30.17% Indo-Fijians consumed protein in breakfast versus 6.5% by Itaukei Fijians. The meals contain protein sources. This is the total count, including breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 51.3% of Indo-Fijians meals contain protein, while Itaukei Fijians all meals, 41.2% meals contained proteins. Then vegetable and fruits consumptions were, Indo-Fijians consumptions are higher compared to Itaukei Fijians. So from here, we can see Itaukei Fijians mostly rely on carbohydrates, but less consume protein and vegetable and fruits. What is the implication from here? Then this is the widely shared belief of food consumption patterns in Pacific Island countries. Okay? Itaukei Fijians consume a large variety of things because they do not observe many dietary restrictions, while Indo-Fijians observe several dietary restrictions. Hindu Fijians do not consume beef. Muslim Fijians do not consume pork. Then, and sometimes Indo-Fijians do not consume red meat at all. So which may arguably influence their nutrition intake. Okay? Then also another widely shared belief is the non-communicable diseases increase in Fiji due to the higher consumption of imported food. Then this kind of discourse is found in the many published research. But our findings say that Itaukei Fijians' consumption patterns are more unbalanced, substantially relying on excessive consumption of carbohydrate sources with limited protein and fruit vegetable intakes, even though Itaukei Fijians consume more locally produced food like cassava and taro. The consumption patterns of major food groups among Indo-Fijian participants are more balanced, even though their carbohydrate sources are mostly imported. So our basic findings just to challenge these two widely shared beliefs and food consumption patterns in Fiji. Then finally, I want to list some limitations of our project. So first, our samples do not necessarily represent the entire population because 5-day dietary record patterns, because of the time we have to spend with the one particular participant takes like 5 days, then sometimes research participants have to spend another 1 day to go there, then another come back to 1 day. So this is actually time consuming compared to 24 recall method. That's why our samples are comparatively limited. Also, because I was unable to send research participants to various locations because of the budget, so limited locations, a relatively small number of participants is one of our limitations. Another limitation was that we actually didn't standardize the measuring method, like size of spoons, cups, and plates. Then there was no record of snacks and beverages consumed between meals. Then lacking precise data in creating, for example, when participants consume like a tea or coffee, we didn't record how many sugars they put or how many milks they put. Okay. Then this is particularly challenging when participants consume the cooked dishes or takeout food and cups of tea. But indeed, the majority of the participants' dietary patterns are very simple, like only one dish per meal, particularly in rural area. That's why I think our analysis, method of analysis worked to some way, to function some way. And here, this project was funded by Research Office to University of the Pacific, and I also thank these research assistants, mostly my students, who traveled to remote area and stayed there for 5 days. As I said, I'm not a very quantitative person, but a qualitative person. Then I have still tons of data sets. So if any of you can contribute to this project in terms of data analysis, you're welcome to contact me. Okay. Unfortunately, there is no more research fund, so I can't hire you, but you can be a co-author of the next paper. Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. Let's put a big round of applause for Nauhori. Thank you so much, Nauhori. That I think your findings and whatever you found has a lot of implications for soul searching among these Indo-Fijian communities and along with the indigenous population. With this, I would like to now invite Sione Lolosio, who is going to present a co-authored work with Emalini Nakabea and Amaleni Tikondondua from USP, and along with Nadaleli Rika, who's an outside consultant. So Sione is going to talk to us about navigating pandemics, adaptation, and resilience of redundant workers in Fiji Airways. Sione, you have 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
Malo, Kusnil, Dr. Kusnil. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of God in our midst this afternoon. And I also wish to acknowledge and pay my respect to the traditional landowners of the land we cater on, and thank them for allowing us to meet here. To all the guests and the audience, thank you for listening. But before I start, I would like to have a little exercise. I can see that some of you are already sleeping. I don't want you to sleep in my presentation. So also I was looking at the title is Gender and Inequality, but there's a sector that we are missing is the disability sector. So I want to close a little bit of gap by us. If I ask you to stand up, let's spell coconut in sign language. The presentation before me, I think before we went for lunch, the last presentation, he showed a very beautiful picture of a coconut tree, but do you know how to spell the coconut tree in sign language? So I am going to demonstrate once, and then you are going to repeat once, and then we are going a little bit faster once, and then we are going to go faster once. So we start, can I ask you please to stand up? Stretch out yourself, shake that lunch off, and look at me. COCONUT. So now we are going to make it fast. Now we are going to make it fast. C-O-C-O-N-U-T. Faster. C-O-C-O-N-U-T. If you didn't get it, you ate too much during lunch. Pina valeu. Just a little background on this research. I would like to thank Dr. Niles Counter, the chief organizer from the University of the South Pacific, for including us in the ADP research workshop in 2023. And that's how we are able to come up with this research. We are in now, Dr. Niles, in the process of trying to publish this paper, and I'd like to acknowledge here present with me today is my co-writer, Emalini Nakambea, and also Amalaini Tigondondroa. If I miss out something, please welcome to come and see them during tea time if you want more details. I can only present what I can remember. This is as our name suggested, this is a collaborative staff research paper between our two colleagues who are here and also Dr. Nathaniel Rica, the former acting head of school for the School of Accounting, Finance and Economics, but now a consultant. Our study is titled Navigating Pandemics, Adaptation and Resilience of Redundant Workers in Fiji Airways. But before discussing the presentation outline, I would like to share two quotes. I'd like to share two quotes from our respondents in their own words. The first, no training ever prepared me for a pandemic. Does that sound familiar to all of us? Being innovative and seeing what was trending, I tapped into the particular market that enabled me for somewhat sustainable funding to get me by, as I was the sole breadwinner of a family of 6 with an aging father of 82. These statements set the tone for our study and highlight the very real challenges we aim to address. This is the outline of our presentation. I will talk about the research motivation, research objective and questions, and write down to the final words, and then questions and answers. Our research motivation is just based on the COVID-19 and the impact on on Fiji. The Fiji Airways alone make almost 800 workers in its workforce redundant. So spending from cabin crews to pilots, executives, and expatriate staff. Many of these individuals were highly qualified and had long-term stable employment with an average of 12 years of service for the cabin crews alone in the airline. So our study investigates how these workers adapted and demonstrate resilience, offering insights to inform future policy and crisis preparedness. Our research objective is to investigate adaptation and resilience strategies that Fiji airline workers use to cope with redundancies from COVID-19 And now we had 3 research questions. The first one, shorten it to what income strategies were used before and during redundancy. Second question, what factors influence the ability to transition to alternative income sources or businesses? And the third research question, what are the workers' intentions regarding returning to Fiji Airways? We made some literature review, and it revealed literature's articles on global pandemic impacts, especially on hospitality, tourism, and airlines, which is the sector that is most affected by pandemics. We also found some literature on disruptions in travel, employment, income, and government revenue, and also some of the literature talk about the definitions of redundancy, crisis, adaptation, and resilience, and also the theoretical frameworks on labor, resilience, and loyalty. Then we have, to sum up the research gaps that we have found from the literature review, it's simply the research, there is a limited research on the real-time experiences of Pacific Island airline workers during pandemic. Our methodology, our population of interest were the close to 800 Fiji Airways staff who are made redundant. But we only have 400 sample size, and those are in the Fiji Flight Attendants Trade Union. And of the 400 that we sent the survey, only 147 responded. We use non-probability selections in our sample selection. So everyone was having an equal chance of response to our survey. We did our survey online using SurveyMonkey and also follow-up interviews and questions. Then we have our findings, our respondents' profile. The highest number, or the majority of those who respond, were female compared to male, and the age range were 20 to 60 years, both male and female. The ethnicity on the graph on the right indicates that the highest number of respondents were Itauke, as expected, because most of the Itauke, the staff are Itauke. And we also have part European and others, and the lowest is Indo-Fijian of 1%. We also have captured the education level before redundancy, the university diploma and degree, the highest of 44%. Those who completed secondary schooling, 36%. Those who are doing or have, who have university postgraduate degree, 3%. And those who went through the professional, like the training, like the pilot academy, 2%. And those who have a technical and vocational qualification, 13%. We also capture from the respondent the annual income before redundancy. Those who earn less than 30,000, 83%. Between 30,000 and 50,000 Fijian dollars, 17%. And no one respond to the salary of about 5,000. That means no one earned, those who were made redundant on the cabin crews, no one earned about 50,000. It's good to take note that the Fiji tax threshold at the time was 30,000, and that this was increased, I think, by the current government when they come into government in 2022. In terms of total working years, 36 years, the total number of work, just one person, and working for Fiji Airways, 32 years. We also capture the minimum number of years working for USP, less than 1 year. The average working years, total working years, 14.7 years, and average working for Fiji Airways, 12.6 years. Our data sources and collection, we use primary source, online survey using SurveyMonkey, and also secondary sources, especially the websites and annual reports of the airline industry stakeholders, both in Fiji and abroad. Our result, addressing the research question 1, the supplementary personal income sources before and during redundancy, dividend income 4.9. Nobody out of the 147 have an income source before redundancy. That is very, very important for policy making, or 83%. Quite a significant number of the respondents did not have any supplementary income before redundancy. The remaining one, the remaining source of income comes in the form of dividend income and also rent income and lease income, amongst others. The income source during redundancy, the highest is FNPF withdrawal of 42%, and the using of government assistance. I think at the time the government was giving 360 for those who are made redundant, and also the other industries in Fiji, especially those who lose their job, of $360. And they also have those who did not have any income source during redundancy was 7%, compared to others. The other sources of income during redundancy is self-employment, overseas remittances from families, other industries, for working for other industries, overseas employments, and also other airline work in the airline industry in other areas. We also capture the supplementary household income during redundancy in terms of the household members working during redundancy. None of the household members of the workers, or 54%, did not have any employment during redundancy. And one member only, 33%, more than two, 5%, two members only, 8%. We also capture the did income meet household needs and appropriate actions during redundancy by asking questions on income meeting household needs during redundancy. The highest is barely, 46%, and not at all, 80%, and the rest were adequately and comfortably. We also have a follow-up questions for those who say barely or not at all meeting household needs during redundancy, and the highest was borrowing. This is in terms of action that these redundant workers were taken in order to cope with income, in order to cope with barely meeting income, household income needs, or not at all. So 46% borrow. It is good to note that this borrowing was from family, both local and abroad, and friends, and NFP, and the Fiji National Provident Fund, and others. Basically, it's not borrowing, it's just getting money from their savings, but most of them declare it as borrowing. It's good to know also, to highlight, that none of the traditional lenders like banks, these redundant workers were not borrowing from those institutions. So that is giving us a picture that the traditional lenders that we rely on in normalcy is not helping out during redundancy, even though this study is only focusing on cabin crews that were made redundant. So as the degree of disruption increases, some of the redundancy workers move in with their friends and families in epicenters, or those who have land and families in the rural areas, they relocate to the village for farming and the other reason because they don't pay rent. 18% of them relocate to the village. The addressing of our research question 2, we look at the time lag before earning alternative income. Those who immediately secured income, 8.6%, the highest. Some of them secured sources of income within 3 months and also within 6 months, 54.3%, and within 12 months, almost taking these redundancy workers a year to secure their sources of income. And then more than 12 months to secure income comes to 33.6%. The factors affecting the ability to start earning income from alternative employment in small businesses, need to acquire new skills. This is the factor affecting ability to start earning income. Need to acquire new skills, 42.9%. Stress and depression. That's a telling sign of what is happening. Not only they losing the job, but they are also affected through stress and depression. That makes them not want to go to work. I mean, to look for other sources of income. That is very important finding in terms of the impact of redundancy of workers. 34.7%. Enjoying working for Fiji Airways and do the work I'm comfortable with, 21.1%. That's also an indication. As I said earlier, this is a high salaried on fixed salaries. This is not an ordinary hourly worker that were made redundant. So the loyalty and the feeling of stay on and work with Fiji Airways have affected most of them, 31 of them, not to look for other sources of income. And the close to retirement, there was only 1.4%. And the factor, we also capture the factor affecting ability to start own business. The inability to access finance topped the chart with 42.2%. The lack of access to other resources, 19%. And right down to the lack of confidence to start, especially an own business, 9 of them they lack the confidence for 6.1%. Another very key finding that we have able to capture is the pre-redundancy training to assist in securing alternative income sources. Basically mean did the training they had during the work or whatever they had before, the training they had before redundancy, was it important or was it helping them with securing their sources of income? So that's also whether those training help them to prepare for to face the difficulty of the redundancy made during COVID-19. 37% said that their work experience, not the training, just the work experience they made throughout working for Fiji Airways has prepared them to cope with the redundancy, prepare them. And then they have those who said that they have the training they had before redundancy that doesn't assist them in securing and prepared for the redundancy and pandemic, 30%. Formal education, 19%, 9%, others, 8%. The non-government organizations training, 6%. The scheduled training by Fiji Airways, 4%. Trade at the bottom of previous training for preparedness is the trade union and the government. So that is a telling sign also of the type of training that I think maybe the trade union does not have any training at all. They are more focused on negotiating for better pay and better working conditions and don't prepare their unions well to face the pandemic or the shock in the economy like the COVID-19. The relevant skills to assist in scaling in alternative income sources, customer services and public relations, potential relevant skills, diversified skills, and last one is intention to return to Fiji Airways, 34%. 113, even though they were forced to make redundant, they still want to go back and work for Fiji Airways because they enjoy working for Fiji Airways. 23% opted not to go back because they have secured other sources of income. So the conclusions, this is our conclusion, our policy and also we have policy recommendations and limitation and future research. So if you want to access for details of this, we are more than welcome to answer you. Unfortunately, we have coming to the end of our time that is given to us. So just some final words. Before I end, the COVID pandemic had laid bare the vulnerabilities in Fiji's workforce and the Pacific Island, especially those in the tourism and the airline industry. As we rebuild, we must not forget the lesson learned. Our future must include preparedness for future disruption, empowerment of workers through relevant training, resilience as a core workforce value. Thank you. Malo Albito.
Nakasiane for that passionate presentation. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite all the three presenters to join us here in front. Mineta, Naohiro, and Sione. And invite those in the audience to gather your thoughts around the presentation and prepare for the questions which you might be willing to ask the presenter. So very quickly, Mineta in her presentation talked about understanding of what the young people in PNG think about the issue of domestic violence. And in her work, she interviewed about 250 young adults aged 13 to 25. And the major finding, what we got out of the presentation was that there was a lot of positive to look from the youths. And majority knew about the laws around domestic violence in PNG from the sample she had. And then the major policy recommendations came around for the schools together with the relevant organizations to conduct awareness sessions for staff and students. And mostly probably that is where most of the youths spend their time in. And nowadays presentation looked into the dietary patterns of Indo-Fijians and comparing that to the patterns of the Aitoki populations. Very interesting findings which came from the 5-day dietary record which he undertook along with his colleagues on 72 Indo-Fijians in Fiji. And his major findings were around that the Indo-Fijians rely more on imported carbohydrate sources, such as rice and flour, while locally sourced carbs were limited in their diet. And these major recommendations were about integrating some of the multi-ethnic perspectives into the food consumption patterns. Looking at Sione's presentation, he talked about the termination of the Fiji Airways workers during the height of COVID-19 and looked at how these workers adapted and coped with the forced redundancies. Very excellent work with regards to how they conducted surveys on the 147 flight attendant trade union members who were made redundant. And the general findings were around that this group of people were not prepared, obviously, along with the other sectors, on how to deal with this. And majority of them relying on the FNPF withdrawals and depending on the government assistance. We have about 20 minutes for Q&A, which is, I think, enough time for all the panelists to have a go at the comments and questions which you might have. Please raise your hand and a mic should make a way to you. And once given the opportunity, please state your name, your affiliation, and then to whom the question is directed to before you ask your question. And yeah, I think we will take 3 questions and then give the opportunity for the panelists to respond and get into the discussions.
Thank you, Krishnil. Yeah. So my name is Dr. Ashna Prasad, and I'm an adjunct senior research fellow at Monash Business School. So I just relocated back to Fiji after living 16 years in Australia. I'm looking for a job, USP. Anyway, so my question is for Minetta. Lovely presentation. Loved hearing that you did your honors and then you're following through with the research. One of the things, I was just following through with the words you were saying, and it brought me back to the concept of culture. I think culture is the biggest asset we have in the Pacific because it builds community and connectivity. However, I also do think that culture could also be one of our biggest drawbacks with the lens of human rights. So as you were presenting, you talked about how the numbers were a positive outlook. So my specific question is that from a zero tolerance perspective and with the literature around that from a Western point of view, how does that fit in with your findings and the Pacific people? The numbers were a little bit too high for my liking, 8%, going back to your very first graph, saying that it was all right for abuse and stuff. I'm more leaning towards zero tolerance for physical abuse.
Thank you. We will take two more. Yeah, Dr. Nilesh Kaundar, and then we have one at the back.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is Nilesh from USP. This is just a question for Minetta. Thank you for your research. It's a very important topic, not only for PNG, for the region as well. I'm interested to know, how did you control for the biasness in your responses? For example, how did you control for responses that were tailor-made to suit what you wanted to hear? For example, if you ask questions, they may give you a response that you want to hear, or that's generally accepted, rather than what was the genuine view to the questions you asked. So how did you control for that? Thank you.
The third one up there.
Thank you. My question is directed to Dr. Sione, or is it Dr. Sione? Thank you. Regarding the secondary statistical representation of having a qualification, but that not being sufficient enough to ensure alternative sources of income or confidence in finding alternative sources of income. What does that say in terms of academic policies and the resilience and solidarity of university curriculum in preparing graduates for resilience and those kind of strategies? I know it'll inform also policies at government level, but starting with USP, because I read in the newspaper a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago or last week, there's a FNU levy. So the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation have had this, I think, since the 1960s. Every year they have 1% of their emoluments paid as FNU levy to train, for FNU to use that fund to train graduates or to create specifically tailored industry-based and targeted training courses in FNU. Does USP have similar mechanisms or plan to go that way? Is there a strategic vision to address that statistic that you identified that, qualifications was really not the major drive for creating resilience for alternative sources of income? I know it was only specific to cabin crew, but I think it can be extrapolated to the whole industry and all employers. Pretty much they're finding difficulties in getting graduates who are ready and relevant to the work at hand. They're finding that graduates are unskilled when they leave university. I don't know what's the proportion of graduates that come from USP that have that inadequacy, but does USP generally, can anyone else or just the whole team respond about your strategies and visions to prepare your graduates upcoming, not just for resilience, but for the areas in which they are qualified in to be more industry effective when they, or even to
Sure.
penetrate the
Yep.
work environment?
Thank you. Thanks for your question. So we have three questions, two for Mineta and then one for Sione, and probably the entire panel might want to have a dip if they want to. So Mineta.
Okay, thank you for that question. Firstly, for the first question, so yes, like I would also want zero tolerance or like 0% that said that did not support, but that at the moment would be like a wish list because Papua New Guinea is, you know, very patriarchal, like three quarters or almost the whole nation, even though we have a matrilineal society, but the most decisions are made by the men, like the uncles or the fathers of the women that own land, for instance. So, and also in my postgraduate honors study that I looked at on the factors that instigated intimate partner violence, especially for the cases, especially, so specifically I looked at the cases that were reported to the Family and Sexual Violence Unit to understand what was the main cause of intimate partner violence. So yeah, so part of the literature on that research alone, there were three main contributing factors to intimate partner violence in the communities, and that was one was deeply rooted patriarchal cultural values that gave prestige to violent behaviors in relationship or in like societies. Like violence is the only like the means of resolving conflict, something like that. So yeah, so that would be one of the reasons why that's not that zero, like, so as per the data, like for someone, like when I started school as well, like I didn't think that it was, I mean, back in primary school, like I thought that, oh, it's right for, you know, men to, you know, discipline their women. But then as I got educated, I sort of know it's not supposed to be. So I'm trying to use my where I work in to, you know, bring that awareness back in the community schools, because I was once in there thinking that it was okay. So that's on that. I hope it at least answers the question. And the second one, yes, so to be honest, like I was happy when I got a, you know, a response that I wanted to hear. But then, you know, I also wanted to, because Papua New Guinea is, like I mentioned, it's a deeply cultured country and also a religious country. 97% of the population are Christians. So like I do ask them, so in terms of our culture, like, you know, this is okay in some parts of the country. So what do you think about it? So I you know, also try to touch on these areas of culture and religion, especially in terms of religion, like we talk about, oh, it's in the Bible that women are supposed to submit to men. So I also try to get their thoughts on that as well. If they respond to saying that, oh, it's, you know, violence in the relationship is not appropriate. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you for that very, very good question. Unfortunately, the VC is not here to answer the about the USP programs. I cannot answer that part, but I think we have, all I know that we have PECTAFE that concentrate on training the students who want to be work ready. I think that still continue. But you have brought a very good, very good question. We have found, unfortunately, I did not able to explain that, but we recommended for a concerted effort between the training institutions like USP, Unifiji, FNU to work together with the industries, especially the airline, and tailor-made the training, even though for this we just want to capture what was their qualification before becoming redundant. Some of them are lawyers, they have law degrees, which is also unnecessary, not really necessary to appropriate to meet the struggle they faced during COVID-19. But we also, in our recommendation, maybe it's time for Fiji to be serious on including the entrepreneurship or small business skills in the curriculum. As you can see from our findings, most of them are finishing secondary schools. Maybe it's good time for Fiji. We are more towards making people to be academically able rather than work ready and economic shock ready. And also the other findings that we have come up with is that especially the industry, I know it will be not sound good for those who are here or managers or directors or high up in the echelon of management in your organization, that we challenge the status quo of making contracts that you only work for, and the training it should be suitable for what you do in that particular industry, like the airline. Their training is mainly focused on them to create people and save the customers in Fiji Airways, but they should be more than that. They should allow them to have some form of training in training in to be pandemic resistance. I think that's a lesson that we learned from COVID-19. And as I stated, this group that were forced a high salary in the high end of salary level. So they were forced to go they're forced out of work. So it could be any one of us. You can be assistant lecturer or lecturer level. You have to learn something that will prepare you to face this pandemic like COVID-19. I think that's the lesson learned.
Okay.
I hope I answer your question.
Thanks, Yone. I think we have, would you like to add something as the co-author? Sure. Let's make it only 30 seconds.
I promise you, Mr. Moderator. I think as far as the curriculum is concerned, I'm sure our acting head of school, Dr. Rup, will be able to answer, and maybe Dr. Nilesh. But as far as I'm concerned with the School of Accounting, in terms of their preparedness or how much we're preparing our students when they graduate, I know majority, the percentage is, just preparing them for the workforce. But as far as, empowering them, to actually go and create jobs themselves, I think that's been some initial discussion has been done in terms of introducing entrepreneurship as a program in itself. Currently, like in our finance program, we have only 2 units that we're currently teaching, and that's FM11, which is personal budgeting. We actually have taught them, and I think in the second level we are teaching them entrepreneurship, but it's only one particular unit, which is small business finance. And so in that unit, we actually try and connect them to sort of like the government schemes that is available that they can tap into, like the YES scheme. And I think maybe Dr. Nilesh can talk more. There are a lot more that has come out now, and I'm sure if you actually go into the social media or the newsroom, like there's a lot of other grants that have just been given and launched recently. And I'm sure maybe I think that's the way forward that we're going as far as the school is concerned. Thank you.
Nakamalini. We have time for last 2 questions from the audience, and probably I'm looking for one which might be directed to the dietary patterns of Indo-Fijians, and the other could be to either of the panelists.
Yeah, thank you.
Please introduce yourself first, your affiliation, and then go about.
My name is Sen. Actually, I shouldn't be here. I just came because of my wife. So I'm a chef, qualified chef. So I'll ask the dietary question to Mr. Nauhiro. Okay. So according to your research, what I see is there's a high consumption of carbohydrate in both the groups that were studied. I'll just get straight to my question. Have you made any recommendations to the health authorities in terms of dietary recommendations Because some of my friends said that now doctors are telling people to consume less carbohydrates, more of a vegetable and high protein diet, especially because Fiji has high cases of diabetes and NCDs. So my question is, have you passed on your findings to relevant health authorities who can make policies and maybe even change our food pyramid in Fiji? So thank you.
Sure, thank you. We can take one more. If there's any more new takers before we give to the previous ones? Yeah, we have, just give me a sec, we'll take the other one as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Malu. I'm with the School of Accounting, Finance, and Economics here at USP. My question is also directed to Dr. Nakamura. You know, it's quite interesting, the findings that the unbalanced diet that our people are consuming is the local produced ones. And then the balanced diet that is being consumed by the population, the Indo-Fijian, as per your research, is consists mostly of the imported food. So my question is, or I don't know, it's a question or something. Do you think that we are producing the wrong food for our people and importing the right food? Because we are trying, the country is trying to encourage eating local produced food. But if as per research, then most probably we are producing the wrong food for our people. So what I'm asking is, yes, something like that. Maybe most probably the research is good for, do you think it's good to be presented to our government or concerned people who can make policies and decisions to produce the correct food or start producing the correct food for our people? That is what I want to say or ask. Thank you.
Actually, our project partner with the Ministry of Health and Medical Services, then because that was the requirement for the research fund from the research office, then I still have a partnership letter with Ministry of Health. Then I also sent one publication to the Ministry of Health. Actually, some of you recognize the name Dr. Devinanand. But after I sent a research article, there was no response. So I don't know if I can say I provided some feedback or they didn't really pay attention. So that's my answer. Sorry. Then regarding the whether or not you people are producing the correct food, I don't know, because I've been living here for 10 years, but I'm still outsider. So I think that's your decision, local people. Then my other findings that Itaukei people do not really consume protein and vegetable and fruits. So consuming the locally produced food like cassava, daro I don't think it's wrong. But the problem is that Itaukei people particularly substantially rely on carbohydrate sources, but do not consume other types of foods. So I think they can somehow diversify. For example, in many Itaukei villages, chickens there, but they do not consume chicken maybe only for some special occasions. Otherwise, what are they doing with chicken? Or the chicken also produce eggs, which is the very good source of protein. So somehow they can change kind of dietary patterns to make more food consumption pattern balanced.
Thank you so much, Nahori. I think this is a challenge for every research we as academics would undertake. The ultimate goal, obviously, is to get these findings to those who make decisions. And I think forums like this, I think, is one of the platforms which we hope gets this voice out there to those who are in power to make a change. So I think with this, we'll end our session here. Let's put our big round of applause for Mineta, Nahori, and Sione Lolosio. Thank you very much, and we have afternoon tea waiting for you outside. Naka.
Violence is the issue with India as well, not just domestic, but overall. Community, the community, yeah. Thank you for your stuff.
We'll judge later, shall we?
Yeah, all the slides are up. Yeah. So slides will be automatically, coming one
So
after
after
another.
that, after this questions.
Okay.
After that, I'm just gonna control for the. And you were just. Yeah.
One, five, three.
So, Rachel, when it's 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes.
Oh, I have to slide.
Yeah. It's okay, and 2 minutes remaining.
Every speaker?
Every speaker.
Yeah,
And then it's for you to.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Yep, great. Welcome to the final session of today. We're talking about social development. Before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Rachel Payne. I'm the Deputy Team Leader for Partnerships for Social Protection, a DFAT-funded program that's multi-country and regional across the Pacific, helping governments strengthen and build sustainable and inclusive social protection systems. It's my pleasure to chair this session on social development. I've worked in a range of different sectors in a range of different places around the Pacific. So I'm really excited to hear and learn from our presenters today. We're going to cover an awful lot of ground in the next hour. Can I ask if you've got a question? I'm a bit worried. If you're like me, I always have great questions that come to my head, and then by the time I get to the question session, I've forgotten them. So if you've got an interesting question that you think of while the presenters are speaking, please write it down and we can get to them at the end. As I say, we're covering an awful lot of ground. So we start with a presentation around understanding happiness and well-being in Fiji, Samoa and Tonga. Then we jump sectors completely, go to some conversations about energy and energy poverty in the Pacific with a deep dive into what that looks like in a settlement in Port Moresby. And lastly, we're taking a look at land tenure in Tonga and how it's perceived, an issue which I know is super relevant to a lot of people in a lot of countries in the Pacific. So without further ado, can I just say we are in for a treat. The presentations, if you've seen the abstracts, they're super interesting. Our first presenter this afternoon is Dr. Kushnil Prakash. He's a postdoctoral fellow from Melbourne Institute of Applied Economics and Social Research at the University of Melbourne. And he's presenting on life in the Pacific Islands, understanding the determinants of life satisfaction in Fiji. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Prakash. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Okay. Right, a very good afternoon to you all, and thank you for your interest to be here in this session. So Mula, Talafalava, Malolei. So today I'm going to talk to you about life in the Pacific Islands, understanding determinants of life satisfaction in Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga. So given I have 15 minutes, and I think I have prepared for much longer than 15 minutes, I'll try to go with the pace. And so the four agenda which I'm going to focus on in this presentation is talking about what we already know about measures of well-being and some numbers on the life satisfaction in Tonga, Samoa, and Fiji. You're going to see that this presentation is going to be a bit skewed towards the Fijian context, but I'll touch briefly on Tonga and Samoa, and then also determinants of life satisfaction in Fiji. And then do we know it all? That's all right. Okay. Yeah. Very good. Yep. Thank you. And then where to from here? Let's see. Yep. So why this particular talk? To essentially extend the research on life satisfaction to include Pacific Island countries. World Happiness Report, those of you probably would be knowing about this particular report, which documents the happiness around the world essentially, goes closest to Australia and New Zealand only. Today, I want to start with Fiji, Samoa, and Tonga. So what we know already about measures of well-being. So reflecting on today's early morning keynote address, we all probably by now agree that GDP isn't one of the best measures of well-being or progress. Even a first-year economic student would know that GDP isn't a good measure for development. We know that it's a necessary but not sufficient condition for development. And of course, GDP wasn't even in the very first place designed to assess welfare or the well-being of citizens. But time and again, we often have to fall back on GDP to understand what's happening to people's life. And we often look at the GDP growth numbers to say that quality of life in a particular country is maybe improving. However, of course, GDP comes with various limitations. Now, what I'm trying to advocate here is that we need measures to complement traditional economic indicators. Because we all know what we measure affects what we do. And if our measurements are flawed, then obviously the decisions which you are going to be making based on those indicators may be distorted as well. So one such measure, which I'm trying to talk about here, is measure of life satisfaction. Many times in the literature, you'll come across the terms such as subjective well-being, quality of life, happiness, or just well-being. So the way it is asked is based on survey data. Essentially, you go out and ask individuals or people. You show them somewhat like a ruler to say, all things considered in your life, how satisfied are you with your life? So people can answer on a Likert scale from 0 to 10, with 0 being completely dissatisfied and 10 being completely satisfied. Now, this particular measure, something keeps happening here. Now, this particular measure is widely used. It's not that I've just come out, brought this measure out of thin air, but this has been widely used in various national surveys around the world. One such example is the Household Income and Labor Dynamics in Australia, or the HILDA survey, which is based at the Melbourne Institute of the University of Melbourne, which they have been collecting data on this particular question since 2001, ever since the survey started. And now it's in its 24th wave. It's also, the question in itself is also part of the British Household Panel Survey, the European Union Stats on Income and Living Conditions, and the German Socioeconomic Panel, and also the Gallup Wall Poll. Many of you in this room would be knowing about that as well. Also includes this particular question in this form. So what does the global evidence on life satisfaction tell us? So World Happiness Report, which essentially is based on data provided by the Gallup Wall Poll. And in the Gallup Wall Poll, which surveys about 1,000 random individuals or participants from a country, it has been going on for, it has covered about 150 countries in the last 10 years. What, in a nutshell, they find, what explains the differences in well-being are some of these particular characteristics. That includes physical and mental health, human relationship, the kind of employment and income people have, which gets correlated with the life satisfaction, the personality traits of individual, the support, personal freedom, lack of corruption, and effective government. This could be seen as some of the characteristics which define how happy or satisfied an individual is. Now, what are our bigger neighbors doing in this particular space? Let's just look to New Zealand. So New Zealand, of course, is leading the way when you talk about measures around well-being, in particular, measures around life satisfaction. So they have this well-being budget since 2019. They have a living standards framework, which essentially takes into account the current well-being, income, housing, security, education, and also future well-being as well, around land use, skills, knowledge, health, nature, and the protection of the environment. More so, the Australian government into 2023 has also passed their national well-being framework. They have come up with this statement which says measuring what matters falls under the Department of Treasury with a measure of life satisfaction at its core. So the World Happiness Report does not include Pacific Island countries. So essentially, why it doesn't include Pacific Island countries? Because Gallup do not collect data in the Pacific Island countries. And World Happiness Report essentially based on the data which has been collected by Gallup Wall Poll. So essentially, so that means we do not know about what's the life satisfaction or happiness status is in the Pacific countries. Apart from the anecdotal evidence, we say people in the Pacific are happy, but we have no evidence to back that up. So, of course, the World Happiness Report says that it's important to improve data availability, which always a challenge on the drivers of subjective well-being, to be able to examine the various differences which might be in the subjective levels. So there is some hope in this strand of literature. So we have this data from UNICEF. They have this survey known as Multiple Indicator Cluster Surveys Program. It has been running since 1990. As we speak, it has already been conducted in 123 countries for over 408 surveys. Now, these are based on representative household survey-based data onto the country census data. The emphasis on this particular survey is on women and children. And it's also becoming one of the important data sources for the SDG indicators as well, which the countries use to report on their progress around SDGs. Important thing to note here is that the age coverage in this particular database is only from 0 to 49, so it doesn't really capture everybody in the economy. And also our emphasis is on children and women. Also, I'd like to make a note here is that this particular survey is not focused on well-being. So there are a number of components which you would ideally want to have when you want to talk about the different domains of well-being in a survey is not included in this particular survey. But we do have a headline question which asks about the particular question which I showed you moments ago. So it has at least 4 questions which measures around life satisfaction or the evaluation of someone's life. First one is asking, taking all things together, would you say you are very happy, somewhat happy, neither happy nor unhappy, somewhat unhappy, or very unhappy? So basically a scale. And then compared to this time last year, would you say that your life has improved, stayed more or less the same, or worsened overall? And in 1 year from now, do you expect that your life will be better, will be more or less the same, or will be worse overall? But the focus in this particular paper is this particular question, which says, look at this ladder with steps numbered from 0 at the bottom to 10 at the top. Suppose we say that the top of the ladder represents the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder do you feel you stand at this time? Ladder representing 0, 1, 2, up till 10. Now, we have a very similar question in the Gallup World Poll as well. So the first question which I showed you is from the UNICEF mixed data. This is the question which is included in the Gallup World Poll, which says, please imagine a ladder with steps numbered from 0 at the bottom to 10 at the top. The top of the represents the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? So I feel that these are very similar questions, and we can compare the results based on the responses for these particular questions. So the good news is that we have completed surveys for countries from Kiribati, Tonga, Samoa, Tuvalu, and Fiji, and for those particular years. So quickly, a snapshot of life evaluation. So how does it look like? How do the numbers look like when we average across all the survey respondents? So Tonga reports the highest life satisfaction among these 5 countries at 8.51 out of 10, right? Samoa, their survey was done in 19 and 20 at 8.37, Fiji at 7.73, Kiribati 7.27, and Tuvalu at 6.98. Then I think just with this headline data, we could see various differences among these countries. And then I think the next immediate question comes in. Let's try to understand why these differences exist. So there isn't probably a general conclusion we could say that people in the Pacific are happy. Now, so how does this life satisfaction in the Pacific compare? Let's put Australia and New Zealand in the mix. Now, the Australia and New Zealand data, note, this is from the Gallup World Poll, but for the others, it's from the mixed data. Right? So Australia and New Zealand, they are much more lower, reporting lower levels life satisfaction scores than the Tonga, Samoa, Fiji, and Kiribati. So Australia at about 7.03 and New Zealand at 7.03. And then how does the stats from the Pacific compare with the global average? Global average, as per the Gallup World Poll, stands at 5.27. So what we could see that the Pacific from this global average, say, is doing much, much better than the global averages. So how does life satisfaction in the Pacific compare to the happiest country in the world? Does anybody know, as per the Gallup World Poll, which is the happiest country in the world? Now, so it's Finland, right? So Finland has been found to be the happiest country in the world for the 7th year in a row. Right? So this is as per the Gallup World Poll. So what are their numbers look like? Have a look. Finland is 7.74. So that's the maximum people out there know is the highest level of life satisfaction. Right? So they haven't looked into Pacific. They do not know where the happy people live. Right? So quite clearly, Tonga and Samoa outweigh quite significantly than the so-called known happiest place in the world. So quickly now, determinants of life satisfaction in Tonga, Samoa, and I'll just run through. So, right, so this is the data about by representative data, whichever I'm talking to you about. So in Tonga, overall, we already know 8.51, we saw that number before. Females tend to display higher levels of life satisfaction than males. And it increases as people age over time, right? This is just a looking at the life satisfaction scores by to gender over the age categories. In Samoa, we have females. So this is a very unique perspective. Females in Samoa report lower levels of life satisfaction than males. So universally, what is generally known out there that women have higher life satisfaction than male. But in the case of Samoa, it's the females who are reporting lower life satisfaction than males. So I think this opens up an interesting discussion. We will be happy to hear from those who have more knowledge about Samoa and Tonga. This is by gender. Quickly on the life satisfaction in Fiji. What about Fiji? Who is more happy? We find it's the women who report higher life satisfaction scores than men. Looking at the age, it increases by age. Right, so note here, right, we do not have information beyond 50 years, so we really don't know how the old age group is doing. But yeah, I think there's enough evidence about this midlife crisis and all this stuff you can talk about here, right? And this is looking into the two groups based on age. So life satisfaction, very large standard errors, but what I'm showing here is that in Fiji, those who are in the Eastern Division, and the Northern Division, they report much higher life satisfaction scores than those who are in the Central Division. We do not have measure of income in the data, but we have some measure of quintiles of wealth. And they are also reporting higher levels of happiness. Now, I.T.S, interesting enough, they are reporting higher levels of life satisfaction than the indigenous. And now, the point here I'm trying to show here is that those which are in bold, basically, they're the ones which have significant power to explain the differences in the life satisfaction. But here we can see most of them are not in bold. In other words, this is telling me that there are factors which I have included here is not sufficient to explain the differences in life satisfaction, right? So how does the well-being index to Fiji may look like? We need Talanoa. We need to know what really matters for people's life. Chat GDP tells about this. And then what I'm saying here, last 30 seconds, that there's a unique opportunity for the government, in particular, this particular government, for not wealth creation, but of well-being creation, picked up from Nilesh co-authored National Development Plan. Those elected must place the continued progress of the nation and the well-being of the people as the priority. But we need to know what is well-being to begin with. And for all this happen, the time is now. We need to talk about, and then this is time for Pacific. Naka.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Krishnil. I'm all talk, I was saying to Krishnil before, if you run over, I'm going to cut you off, and I just couldn't do it. So you're very lucky, Krishnil. And congratulations to the Pacific for winning the World Happiness Contest. I felt quite happy before I saw that, and now I feel like I'm only 5th happiest. So the next presentation we have is called The Price of Darkness, Economic Costs of Energy Poverty in Pacific Islands, and is presented by Siti Noor Rossifa. Siti, welcome up.
Thank you, Rachel, for the opportunity. Okay. Yeah. I want to begin with something that might sound obvious, like electricity is life. Because without it, children cannot study at night. Businesses cannot operate. Also, hospital cannot store vaccines. And yet, in this year, 2025, many communities in the Pacific still lives in the dark. My name is Siti Norosifa. Today, I will share with you the economic story behind this darkness. How energy poverty silently undermines household welfare, kills small businesses, and slow entire economies in our region. And here is this research began with three deceptively simple questions. The first one is like, what happens to people's life when energy is expensive, unreliable, missing? And then what happens to the business? Also, and what happens to the broader economy when power becomes privilege rather than right? Also, in another word is what is here. How does energy poverty affect household welfare, time allocation, and health? And then what are its effects on firm level, productivity cost, and viability? And also how does it shapes macroeconomic indicators such as GDP, trade balance, and inflation? Actually, that is not just technical questions. They're questions about justice, growth, and the future of the Pacific. And then in this slide, I'm talking about actually energy is invisible until it's gone. Yeah, over 7 million Pacific Islander don't have reliable access to electricity. And that means that nights lit by kerosene, phone charge miles away, and food waste without refrigeration. Economically, that means waste time, lower productivity, and reduced income. The cost of being left in the dark is massive, and it's compounding and can constrain human capital, enterprise, and also economic resilience. Those of household like in off-grid, they can have low productivity, high cost, and time burden because of the access that they cannot reach in terms of energy or just in the basic of electricity. This is some theoretical insight. So let's talk about theory briefly. The first one is poverty trap dynamics. Poverty traps tell us that when people lack infrastructure like electricity, they will produce less, earn less, and cannot escape poverty because the energy is low, and then they have to produce lower in output, and as the impact, they have low income and no reinvestment, also come in persistent deprivation. And then we talk about production function role. Basic production function theory tells us that if we remove a key input like energy, the whole system underperforms. So energy is a critical input alongside labor and capital. And we know this is a classic case of market failure because the private sector alone hasn't solved it. The economic case for public investment is not just strong, it's urgent. Also, it's about the public goods and market failure because the electrification is underprovided due to the high fixed costs and externalities. And then this slide speaks volumes. In Fiji, here in the yellow line, nearly everyone has electricity, but in PNG and Solomon Island, the story is radically different, especially outside urban areas. This is not just an energy gap, it's an opportunity gap. Access to energy is access to education, access to productivity, to digital services, and it's access to the future. So when we see here, in Vanuatu and Solomon Island, solar expansion is underway, but expensive and uneven. Also, large spatial inequality reinforce economic inequality. Here is something that unfair, I think. The poorest household, those who off the grid, the gray one, actually spend more for less. Like $13 a month for candles, for kerosene, batteries. Meanwhile, for the grid on the blue one, here we can see the grid users pay about a half that for much better services than the one household in the off-grid household. So this is a poverty premium in action. And it's not just unfair, I think. It's inefficient. We are trapping people in an expensive and low energy world. Then we are talk about time. In energy poor communities, women and girls often work hours just to collect firewood, up to 300 hours a year. That's almost 8 weeks lost. Think what could be done with that time. Like they can earning income, learning new skills, building some businesses, but they must do some unpaid labor, often invisible in economic accounts. So the electrification is labor shift to school, caregiving, or small enterprises. So in this opportunity, I think that energy poverty is not gender neutral. It's stealing time, safety, and opportunity for women. Then when we see this is also health risk there, like smoke inhalation, burn injuries, poor lighting limits the evening productivity. So this is the data we can see there. And the next is about these many Pacific countries. We talk about diesel here. I highlight the diesel because many Pacific countries still depend on diesel so much. In the red bar, we can see there. This is a levelized cost of electricity, LCOE, in the Pacific, to compare the electricity cost of each source of electricity, like here, diesel, solar PV, and hydropower. So in many Pacific countries still depend on diesel, but the problem is, the first one, it costs over $1 per kilowatt hours. And then it's imported. Also, it is volatile in price and dirty for the environment. And yet, renewable like solar and hydro are significantly cheaper. As we see, it is only cost 0.45 for solar PV and 0.12 for the hydro. We are stuck in the expensive trap, and when there is a doorway open to cleaner, cheaper solution. And then here we talk about the macroeconomic aspect. Fuel imported take up to 15% of GDP in some Pacific countries. That's a huge drain on a national budget. And it means less funding for school, hospital, roads, and other infrastructure that are needs to allocate it. Every time we delay energy reform, we bleed money out of our economies. Money we desperately need to build resilience. So here, even for the Marshall Island, they spend more than 50%, like it's about 20% of their GDP on fuel. And then here is what cost to firms and employment when the businesses go dark. Now we can imagine running a business with unreliable electricity. In Solomon Island, tariffs are nearly $1 per kilowatt hour. Outages are common and generators are expensive. Small enterprises like agri-processing or tourism struggle to survive, let alone grow. So the result, they will lose job, lost investment, and lost chance to diversify their economy. And then here, actually, I want to talk about the energy poverty is slows everything. The GDP growth is slower, and then the digital economies cannot scale because some of or may, I think all of the digital things is relied to electricity, and also industrial sector stay informal. Even inflation and budget deficit are affected as high energy costs ripple to transport and food systems. This is not a marginal issue. I think it's central to development because, yeah, I think energy poverty can make some development bottleneck, and it needs some policy and initiative to solve this kind of issue. And lastly, what can be done here to talk about this energy poverty in Pacific? The first is we can use smart subsidies like output-based aid, rural connection incentive. So we can invest in solar microgrids for rural areas, use smart subsidies to make access affordable, and also reform tariffs to protect the poor without bankrupting utilities. And also, here is I mentioned about Pigovian levies on fossil fuel. We tax pollution to fund clean energy, make bad energy choices more expensive, and also blended finance plus PPPs. We unlock capital, mitigate sovereign debt risk. And I think these are not utopian ideas. They are already working in parts of Tonga, Samoa, and Fiji. And let me close with this final takeaways that energy is not just infrastructure. It is foundational to human capital and economic competitiveness. Underinvestment in electrification reinforce inequality and economic leakage. And also, addressing energy poverty is a precondition for inclusive growth, climate resilience, and digital transformation. And let me close with this. No nation can develop if half its people are left in the dark. So energy poverty in Pacific is not a side issue. It is the stage on which every other challenge plays out. And if we want inclusive growth, gender equality, climate resilience, we have to start with energy. Let's stop thinking of energy as just infrastructure. It's a potential, and it's time to switch it on. Thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward for any questions and continue this conversation about powering our region's future. Thank you.
Thanks so much, CT. That was great. Yeah, and it's really struck with me what you've said about it not being a sideline issue and just how central it is. Building on that, we've now got a presentation by Loretta Dilu from Papua New Guinea. Her presentation is called Living Without Electricity in Urban Communities in PNG, the Case of 8 Mile Settlement. Thanks, Loretta.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, before I start, I'd like to acknowledge this research was done under the partnership between Crawford School of Public Policy and School of Business and Public Policy at UPNG. And I'd like to make mention of Dr. Michelle Rooney, who supervised this research project. Okay, the outline of this research, the presentation is, I'll briefly introduce the study, followed by, I'll talk about the rationale of why I chose 8 Mile Settlement as the case study, and then the objectives of the study, as well as research methods, followed by the results and conclusion and recommendations. Okay, now, City have talked about at a high level of energy poverty in the Pacific region. Now, for this presentation, I'll walk you through the daily challenges that people face in a community in Port Moresby, the capital city of Papua New Guinea. Okay, electricity plays a crucial role in modern life. It facilitates activities such as communication, business operation, and onto illumination of households and cooking as well. Now, electricity is vital for poverty alleviation, and it also boosts economic growth for every country, as well as it improves the living standards or the livelihoods of people in communities. Now, having access to the national electricity grid is it's a paramount, it's vital for every government to provide for the people to improve their standard of living. In PNG, there are so many challenges in accessing electricity because the country is, there's rugged terrain and also the population is dispersed. Now, off-grid living can be considered as a lifestyle choice for people living in developed nations, but it's not the case for developing nations. Okay, there are policies put in place to address electricity access in the country. But in the interest of time, I cannot go through all the background of the study. I'll just walk you through the methods and I'll continue on to the findings of this study. Okay, so studies have indicated that PNG's rural communities face drastic challenges in accessing electrification services, but not to say that urban communities are doing well in terms of accessing electricity. Urban communities, they also face mounting challenges. And several studies have proven that though urban residents and businesses access electricity, however, the service is unreliable and unaffordable for low-income earners and small businesses. So according to the utility service provider, the standard distance a household can be connected to the national electricity grid is 10 kilometers. Now, it is estimated that 6% of Evan population live within 1 kilometer from the national grid. However, they do not have access to electricity. Why? So that is the question that will be answered as we go along. Okay, now onto the objectives of the study. Why are people living without electricity in 8 Mile settlement? So these 10 key points here, or the secondary objectives, they provide the foundation of this research. They more or less support the main research question of why people are living without electricity in 8 Mile settlement. Okay, so why I chose this case study, 8 Mile settlement. If you have been, I mean, it has been an ongoing topic about people have been evicted from their community because there is no proper land rights given to them. And there have also been talks about prolonged promise on governments have made promises to the people in urban settlements on issuing land tenure to the people, as well as there's been talks on urbanization pilot project that should take place in order to grant these people the basic services that they need, like electricity. So in addressing the research gap, the study examines households living near the electricity grid, which is, as you can see on the diagram, the blue line represents the 8 Mile settlement community, and the red circle is a sub-power station. It's just very close to the community, it's within the electricity grid range, which is 1 kilometer. However, people are not able to access electricity. Again, why? Okay, so this is the research method that I use. There are 3 phases, and these are the sources that I obtained the data, secondary data from. The second phase is, this is a qualitative study, so I used semi-structured interview questions, open and close-ended questions to get the people's views, as well as a focus group was done to collect the information from people on the daily challenges that they faced. And that's how the data was analyzed. Audio recordings and transcripts were uploaded on a qualitative analysis tool known as MaxQDA to analyze the data and put them into teams. Okay, on to the results. Why are people living without electricity in 8 Mile? Well, the first and foremost reason is urbanization and land tenure. There's been huge influx of people coming into the city, Port Moresby, and when they come to the city, there is no proper plan in place on how people could settle in the city. And as the number of people keep increasing in the city, there is a need for urbanization project to take place. And also there is the area that they go and settle into, there is no legal land rights. So people just settle whichever way they feel where it's comfortable, and they see that they can earn a living and settle in and progress. So when they come into the area, to a particular area, such as like 8 Mile settlement, they're faced with, they thought that life was easy, but then when they came in, they are faced with financial struggles. They struggle to develop the piece of land that they settle in. And those that have already settled there, they have been promises have been made by the politicians on giving the land rights, but that has not happened. Now, in terms of accessing the land rights, the process is very long and it's a daunting task for people to obtain land rights. And so they are still left in the dark on how they should go about in accessing land rights. When people are facing these challenges in the community, there is also businesses operating when they shouldn't be. According to the Lands Department of PNG, a business shouldn't be set up in a place where people reside on a residential zone. It has to be established in a different setting away from the residential area. But in 8 Mile settlement, businesses have been operating and they have been consuming or accessing connected to the electricity grid illegally without paying the power bills. Okay, the other factor that affects why people live without electricity is infrastructure development challenges and electricity consumers. People are facing a lot of challenges in terms of accessing electricity now, and not just that, there have been always constant blackouts that has been happening in the community. And it affects people's daily lives and also small businesses that are trying to set up their business in the community. And then there was a project that happened, a road construction project that was going to happen in the community. And the road construction was about refurbishing the road. When the refurbishment of road was done 2 years back, and it's kind of like the duplicate of that project. And when they go into construct or refurbish the road, they use the clear felling method where they clear all the trees and all the houses that were near the road. And before they do that, they disconnected the electricity from all the houses in that community. And people were left in the dark for more than 6 months, almost a year. So imagine life without electricity in an urban community. There was also, when they were in this period of darkness, people resort to other solution alternatives, such as solar panels, buying batteries to power up the torches so that they can see light or illuminate the house. So when they resort to that alternative, they thought that they would solve the issue, but it wasn't it. Meaning to say that the solar products that they bought from the stores that were operating in the city are not of good quality. Most of the products that they bought didn't last for more than 1 or 2 weeks. So they have to go again and spend another money to buy these products, and it costs them a lot, for especially the low-income earners. And it also affects viability of starting new businesses in the community. Okay, this diagram represents the current situation the community is in. Cluster 1, the green square, it resembles people who have migrated into the community and haven't been using electricity ever since because they cannot afford the service. And cluster 2, the blue rectangle, represents those that have transitioned. As they improve, as their income increases, they are able to access electricity. And the red box, the squared rectangle that you see is cluster 3, where these are the former electricity users. They have been using electricity ever since, but then because of the disconnection of electricity to their homes, they have been left in the dark. They didn't use electricity. Okay, it affects the children education and also the operation of community schools in the community. Children, it affects their study habits, and most of the students didn't make it to university because of that. I mean, it's an ongoing issue that has been happening in the community, and people especially the children haven't been studying well and they didn't do well in their education. Therefore, they didn't advance in their academic career. Also, there was a school, a community school in the settlement. Prior to that disconnection of electricity, it was functioning, but then after that, it completely shut down and it's no longer in operation. Okay, so apart from that, people, community also, they try to find ways on how they can, those that have access to electricity out, they can share the, okay, so I have 1 minute, so I'll just move on to the corrective measures. So these are the corrective measures that the community came up with. They were saying that in terms of those that have already accessed electricity, they're asking if the utility service provider could come up with a strong policy such as zero tolerance of illegal connection. Whoever is having access to electricity illegally should be dealt with and it has to be enforced by the law. Okay. All right, let's move on to provide the recommendation. Okay, so the recommendation or policy implications that have been put forward is first and foremost, there is a need for the development of realistic master plan in the capital city. All cities should have a master plan so that they, when it comes to development, agencies and communities as well as leaders, when they put together their views, they'll be able to craft a good policies so that that can address the problems that they are faced with. The second recommendation was collaboration among local politicians. Politicians should collaborate effectively and address the issue of electricity access. Third recommendation is community and government alliance through ward council system. Community leaders should work hand in hand with the government to bring, to be the mouthpiece of the people so that whatever issues that they are faced with, they can bring it to the government's attention so that they address those issues. The next one is community awareness of land tenure. Some people don't know the difference between obtaining a land title and giving or granting the land rights or land tenure. So that has to be communicated to the people at the, at their level so they understand what the difference between the two and when what processes are involved in order to obtain them. And then in a capital city, especially in urban areas, they should have installed solar lamps or solar lights on the street so that whenever there is disconnection of power or blackouts, you have the alternatives there and it keeps the street and community safe so they can walk around safely and free from all other illegal activities that might happen. And the final recommendation is financial intervention and zero tolerance for illegal connections of electricity. By doing that, when we have an holistic approach to address electricity access in urban community, in a city like Port Moresby, we should achieve the goal of having an inclusive city and improving the livelihoods of people in our communities. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Siti. That was really, really fascinating. Really hard to compress such a big research paper into 12 minutes. So everyone's done incredibly well so far. Our next speaker is Holomesi Fanau. Holomesi is a current PhD student from the University of the South Pacific in the discipline of land management and development. His co-presenter, Dr. Digby Race, can't be here today. Their presentation is titled Standing Firm Against the Tides of Change, Land Tenure in Tonga.
Testing. So my father was a farmer, and he was also a mechanic. So when I was growing up, I thought that I would follow my father's footsteps and become like him. But later in life, I found out that life had other plans for me. I had to discover what I was good at and where my passions lie. And throughout life, I found out that I was good at performing on stage, touching people's emotions, people's feelings. And that was developed in Hawaii during my undergrad years. I worked at the Polynesian Culture Center, so I was a Polynesian dance. However, today I will not be performing, but I will talk about an issue that is of great importance, not only to myself, but to the Pacific and to the people of Tonga. I still remember what my father told me. This was in 2016. I was at the airport. I was ready, excited, determined to depart to the US for the first time to pursue my studies. My father told me, he looked me in the eye and he said, "Son, go and do well in your studies. Find a future in the US and don't come back home. There's nothing for you in Tonga." Well, 7 years later, I went back home and here I am. Because I believe my future is in Tonga and I have a duty and obligation to serve my country. And that begins with addressing the land tenure issues. I will start by providing a background to set the context, and I will walk you through the methods used, followed by the findings and discussions, and then I will conclude with recommendations for further studies. The current land tenure system is a product of the 19th century during the European contact. Tonga's land tenure system is unique because of its individualistic character compared to the community land owned in the Pacific. This is also a topic that is often approached with caution, and some scholars even deviate from it due to its sensitive nature. But it is important that we identify and make plans to address these issues so that we can be prepared for when the waves and the tides of change wash through our shores, we are able to adapt and be resilient to these changes. Looking at the current land tenure system, we can go through key legal developments. First, in 1875, the Constitution of Tonga was given to the people, and it identified different land holdings. First, it stated that all land in Tonga belongs to the crown, or property of the king. It then identified 3 different land holdings. First, we have the royal estates for the royal family. We have hereditary estates for the nobles and chiefs. And then we have government land. In 1882, the Hereditary Land Act came into play, where it stated that all male reaching the age of 16 in Tonga are entitled to a piece of land. Tax allotment, which is for urban, rural areas, and town allotment, urban area. In 1927, the legal framework was created. All these land policies were compiled together and created the legal framework for Tonga, which has not been adjusted until today. And then we have the Land Commission, was created on these years to address the land issues that we have in Tonga. As you can see, these are the 4 golden values that underpins the Tongan society. These values existed way before European contact. So these are the customary values that underpins the land tenure system. These are the values that scholars have identified in literature, that there is a tension between customary practices and what the law says. So these values hold the land tenure system of Tonga, make it very challenging for the tides and the winds of change to adjust. As you can see, the current land tenure system is a product of the 19th century during European contact. These customary values existed way before the 19th century. However, we are adjusting to the 21st century for sustainable development. So the challenge or the dilemma lays there. How can these customary values be translated or adapted to the 21st century so we can move on to achieve sustainable development? So in Tonga, about 79% of the population is living under rural area. And their source of livelihood is based on 2 things: the sea and on land. So agriculture and fisheries. However, economists, statistics have shown that there is a declining in agriculture, declining in people's main source of livelihood. So the question is, would amendments to the land tenure system improve people's livelihoods, improve economic growth, achieve sustainable development? So to approach this study, the tools that we used were interviews, questionnaires. The participants were estate holders, government ministries, people in the rural and urban area, and private sectors and non-government organizations. The study was conducted in the main island, Tongatapu, Nuku'alofa, because 70% of the population of Tonga lives in Nuku'alofa. And also, that is where I am from, and it is the center of development. The analysis of the study was conducted qualitative and quantitatively, and we used thematic and descriptive analysis. The findings revealed that 71% of the participants were in favor of the current land tenure system, while only 29% of the participants were not in favor of the current land tenure system. Reasons. First, for those who prefer the current land tenure system, is land security and stability. People feel that Tonga is still safe because of the way the land tenure system is still intact. The second is cultural preservation, as I mentioned before. The 4 values, cultural preservation. It is reflected in the way land is distributed and owned. For those who are not in favor of the current land tenure system, they identified that first, it is gender inclusive, and the rights of women
to land is still absent. Also, it is a barrier for business, barrier for development. That is why they were not in favor of the current land tenure system. So the conclusion is we have the customary practices that underpins the land tenure system. These values are in the DNA of all Tongans. It is weaved into the culture, and it is stronger than any legal framework. However, there is uncertainty going to the 21st century, going to the future. How will these values be adapted? How will our land tenure system be adapted to the future? So the findings of this study revealed that some of the participants, they were not aware of the land tenure system or did not really understand how things work in the land tenure system. So it is suggested that people should be educated. It is not taught in school. Most people learn it when they go and work in the ministry, and that's how they know things. So perhaps indigenous method should be used to educate rising generation about the current land tenure system, going to the grassroots level, so that they can understand why the land tenure system is created the way it is, why these values are important. And from that understanding, perhaps their actions towards land will improve. Second, there should be a land survey. A land survey should be created so that we can get perspectives of all the people in Tonga, so that it can inform policymakers, researchers, coming up with strategies on how to address the land issues. And also, since the population of Tonga, 51% of the population is female, so perhaps it's important to include more of females. And the last is there should be more land-based opportunities for the future generation. Because at the moment, people are thinking their future is outside of the country. That's why migration plays a very big role in these issues. So the people of Tonga are known for a lot of areas in life. But education is one key important strength of the Tongans. So the future of Tonga will depend on how they apply that education to their land and sustainability to improve economic growth, improve people's livelihood, and provide a better future for the rising generation. And in the words of John F. Kennedy, he said, we should ask not what your country can do for you, but you should ask what you or what we can do for our country. Malo obito, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Holemesi. If I can get the speakers to come and take a seat at the table, we have about 20 minutes for questions. Have a think while the panelists are getting organised at the table, and we'll try to take at least one question for each of our speakers. Raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you. Great. Yeah, let's start with Rubaiyat, and then we can go to you, Lola.
Is it on? Yeah. Hi, I'm Rubaiyat from ANU. I have a question for Kushnil. What makes Pacific the happiest region in the world? Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Very interesting. I think this is probably a puzzle and answers we are all seeking for. But I think one of the key things which makes us unique is about the culture, the value and the importance of relation and social connections, which we place important value. which tends to explain why we have such high levels of life satisfaction and happiness. But again, these are anecdotal evidence which I'm telling you. As I mentioned, the particular survey which I was using is not made or it's not custom made for the measures of well-being or the domains of well-being which really can explain the variations in well-being. But these are the anecdotal evidence what it says. But I think once we do a more rigorous survey, that's what was in my concluding remarks. That's when we can really point out that we have this A, B, and C, which explains these differences.
Thank you, Rachel. I've got a question for Kushnil and also for Holomesi, if that's okay. Sorry, my name is Aulola Ake. I'm from SPC. Kushnil, just a question for you in terms of, like, I was listening to your the descriptors for well-being, and that happiness is kind of like within that within that framework. Are you able to just kind of share a little bit into consolidating those two things? Because for me, I would think that, like, sometimes happiness is a sentiment that people go through throughout the day. Like, for instance, the ladder description. You know, I'm a mother, so some days I feel like I'm one step above hell. And then there are other days where, like, my work achievements align with me being a successful mother, so I'm actually on the top of that. So how do we how do we merge that happiness and well-being? Because another example is, like, a person can have diabetes in the Pacific, but they can still be happy too. So it was just very interesting point of view. So that was the question. And my last question was just to Holomesi. Thank you for such a beautiful presentation. And I think it's an important area of research, especially for Tongans, to kind of shine the light on land tenure system in Tonga. I was really interested in your recommendations, and I wanted to ask whether what was it, maybe would you also recommend from your research and the discussions you had in Tonga changes to the land system? Like, in your presentation, you said the legal land system was established in 1972. It's been a very long time. There've been 4 inquiries. There've been 4 commissions. The 2008 commission showed a lot of interest from the public in terms of some changes to the legal system to respond to the current context. And you've captured most of them. So the gender equality issue of women owning land. And also there were some recommendations from the commission about perhaps it's the succession of land that needs to respond to current context, because it doesn't include illegitimate children. There's also the recommendation whether land can be owned by a trust, like a family trust, which is something that me and my siblings had tried to do, and we couldn't. So that's just my question, whether it was a recommendation that would come up, that perhaps strengthening the land tenure system to stand the change of time would also be about improving the legal system. Sorry, that was a very long-winded way, but I also just want to thank you for that research. I'm here in Fiji because I've run away from Tonga because I feel like Tonga doesn't have a future for me. But when you do research like this, it gives me hope to go back home. So thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful question. I think you have very rightly pointed out, in the literature, happiness and life satisfaction is loosely connected, but they're 2 different terms. So when we talk about in the presentation, what my focus was on life satisfaction. Now, life satisfaction is seen as a measure which is more stable over time. And I think, as you rightly pointed out, happiness will have spikes up and down. But life satisfaction, it's more stable throughout. That's why I think in the survey question, when it's asked, it is a very beginning, we say, overall, how satisfied are you with your life? But happiness, it's a response to individuals in a moment in time. So in economics research, the variable or the data which we end up using is the one with life satisfaction and not with happiness. But when we often have people talking about this, these terms are often used interchangeably. But the focus is on the term life satisfaction.
Thank you. Yes, so those recommendations this ties into, as I mentioned, I'm currently working on my thesis at the moment. So what you mentioned, that's what I'm diving deeper into it in this research to identify ways to also improve the legal framework. And when I become Minister of Lands, then you can.
Great. We've got a question up the back.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Sen from USP. My question is to Kushnil again. Thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting listening to that and what my sister here was sharing too. I've lived in, I won't make it too long. I know I'll get to my question really shortly. Just to put some context. So I lived in Samoa for 3 years because I'm married to my wife here, my beautiful Samoan wife. And it's so interesting. When I went to Samoa and I learned that Samoa's constitution says that Samoa is founded on God. So in the Christians, because the countries that you mentioned, Tonga, Samoa, and Fiji, Fiji is mostly dominant by Christians, and a good number of Hindus too. So what I'm trying to say is that what you're saying is that there's happiness and satisfaction of life. So in Christianity, we said happiness comes and goes. There's something we call the joy of the Lord. It never goes away. So and I've seen a lot of quotations up there today from different authors. I would like to quote something from the Bible. It says, "The nations who forget God will be turned into hell." So I know it's a bit tough one, but when you look at your statistics, like you said, culture. So when I was in Samoa, and Samoa, like, it's so religious in the sense that everyone believes God. And one of your determining factors was that the older you get, the happier they were getting. So it's like the older you are getting, you were ready to meet your maker. So my question to you is that since I think you are based in Australia, right? Maybe you have lived in Fiji for a while, but can there be a relation between knowing your God? So in the sense of, maybe some of you are not religious here. That's okay. This is my opinion. So can there be a relation between religion or faith and life satisfaction? And do you think you need to research on that? Because the 3 top countries that you mentioned, they are really into their faith. Like in Samoa, they said it's God and family and rugby. Yeah. So do you think that you need to do some research on that? Because when you say culture is your lifestyle. What is their lifestyle? It's God first and the rest. So that's my question. Do you think you need to look into that more? Thank you.
Thanks, Sen. Yeah, beautifully. I think you have rightly picked up, right? So religion obviously is one of the factors, and I think it goes part of people's way of life. And I think again it goes back to the anecdotal evidence which we are saying, right? We really don't know if religiosity in the Pacific improves people's life satisfaction. We know from stories it does, but probably if we're trying to quantify it, we're still yet to reach that particular place. But obviously, going outside of the Pacific countries, there are studies there which has shown strong linkages between religiosity and life satisfaction. So of course, the short answer to your question is yes, there is a link between religious and faith and to life satisfaction.
Hi, Malalele. My name is Tufi Hevolaras, and I'm currently a student here at USP. So my question is directly to Loretta Tilu. You stated your SDG 7 goal is to be achieved by 2030 is 70%. So I'm just wondering and question, from your own point of view, as from BNG, that goal will be achieved by 2030? Is it a yes or no?
Thank you for the question. That's a really good question.
looking at how the things are going in terms of electricity access in the country, I would say I don't think we would achieve this target because at the moment, there's the electricity policy, energy policy for the country is they're targeting the rural areas, whilst the urban centers have faced daunting challenges in terms of electricity access. So I don't think the country will achieve the goal. That's my perception. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentations, all of you. I'm so grateful for the time you've taken to enlighten us. I wanted to ask this question to both Siti Nur and Loretta. I am so grateful to be talking from a place of privilege right now. I very rarely experience a blackout that's longer than a day, once 3 days because of a cyclone, I guess, but no longer than that. But I know that even though it's very realistic and very unfortunate evidence has come through in your research, to let us know that a lot of us are living in darkness. So many of us have progressed and some are still stuck a little bit behind. But I'd love to hear, I know that during your research, you would have also found out about community-led solutions. I know your people, are resilient. And so I'd love to hear of some of the things people came up with themselves to help cope with this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I've covered it in the research, but because of time, I didn't go through that. Okay, so one of the solutions that the community came up with is those that have access to electricity, in terms of not on-grid, but off-grid, meaning to say that they use generators and other alternatives to access electricity. They were able to share that with the other community members on mutual grounds. Those that are related, they share that service with them. And some, they capitalize on it, meaning to say that they charge those households, to provide the service. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Yeah, I think for my research, I'm not too focused on community solution, but if I see in my country, I'm from Indonesia, there is also like government solution, but there's also so much like a community solution. One of it is like a village, community village solution that they are going together. They are utilize like oil from their daily lives. So they change it into the electricity using some of people who have knowledge of it, and they utilize it so they can make their own electricity without depending on the government solution. So I think it's just one of the example that we can see that, yeah, as I said before, that energy poverty is not a side issue, so everyone should take action, also like the community itself. So I think everyone can make action as whatever they can do. That's all.
I think we've got time for one more question. Maybe over here. Sorry.
Thank you. My question is directed to Siti. Are you? Oh no, sorry. Yeah. What's your name? Sorry, Loretta. Sorry. So when you displayed the map of 8 miles, were there any rivers running through that settlement? Oh, okay. So no really cause for infrastructure to create sustainable energies. Yeah, that was basically my question. It was geographical based. looking at options that you could either ask authorities for or communally work or rally for, like optional alternative sources of energy. If rivers were running through, or if because of the terrain, if it's a hilly terrain, you might have wind power there. Maybe you could look at those options as well, in addition to your diesel cost-saving generator use. So just a consideration. Sunlight is very accessible in that area as well. So given the current state of the geography, maybe a proposal could be put through to government to come and capitalize on that and give you alternative infrastructure to just build around that area. But it really disheartens me when I see that that station is just right next door. So maybe it's a government thing or an issue with community access. But considering alternative renewable sources, you could look at that as well.
Thank you. I'll just make a comment on that. This study, it's sort of like I'm delving into understanding why people didn't access electricity, not so much on, electricity generation. Yeah, so it's at the retailer perspective, customer's perspective. Thank you. But that's a really good recommend points that you raised, which are potential research topic that anyone could delve into. Yeah.
And that could fuel the electricity production.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. I'm really sorry. I know there's a few people who still wanted to ask questions. That is the end of day one. Can I just get everyone to join with me in thanking our presenters, Kushnil, CT, Loretta, and Holomesi? I am also huge thanks to the organisers of the conference. It's been great so far. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing people this evening at the cocktail reception. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.